Yes, yes. Ooh, 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 ooh. Yes, yes. Welcome back to this mess, everybody. For those who may have forgotten last time, we lost our body to an arm that is rebelling against, well, basically everything about the world it's in from the sound of things. We have since rebuilt ourselves into this form, off of the same capability that allowed us to become this drone. We've gotten a bronze axe to replace our ice axe. We gained the ability to see into the breach as well as enter it, which is, of course, an interesting experience in and of itself, because that's what this entire map over here is. Now, the most important thing we gained is this ability down here, the capacity for the drone to hover. That's what we picked up right at the end last time. And I have to assume I need it for something. Now, I considered looking around the map before starting stream today. Tried to say stream and starting at the same time for some reason there, so words became interesting. This also bothers me. No, not this one. This one. Press down and attack with the double axe. So there's a double axe somewhere we're supposed to have found, I'm pretty sure. But point being, the fact that we can hover with the drone presumably will get us somewhere we couldn't get before. Which admittedly looks like it might even just be right up here, because we couldn't get here before. I don't know if over here is important, but I reached it. There's a note there. Okay. I'm not convinced that getting up on top of this was important per se, but we might be able to reach somewhere. Hello, Charon. I will think about it. Thank you for being here. Oh, there's an apocalypse flask up there, so that's good. There's a note there that we missed because we fell, but that's fine. Because we can just get to that like this. Heretic's granddaughter. 60 revered sages gave their lives. In return, we have 10 weapons of godlike power. 6-to-1 ratio, huh? Not great. The king is pleased and the Udog put to rout, at least for the time being. But it does not feel like victory. Shishkala was an honorable and proud leader. Yamakala a respected priestess. Now they are dust. Sleeping, only summoned when needed. 60 more go into the chambers tomorrow. Seems everything my grandmother tried to warn us of, for which she was unjustly punished, has come to pass. We survived at the cost of all we hoped to save. That's pretty typical about how those kind of things go, all things considered. And I did give a little bit of consideration where I'm going to put my points, and I'm going to stop messing around, and I'm just going to buy at least one other health upgrade, and we will start purchasing some melee upgrades because we're going to need them. Just like, I'm going to stop toying around. Things are taking too many hits. I'm just going to make myself capable, so we stop hitting things 4 or 5 times to get rid of them. So how much of an upgrade was purchasing 2 of those, though? I'm actually curious. So we gained 6 points of damage from 2 upgrades. So they're probably percentage-based, then. So I guess the human melee going up by 3 at a time would also be possible, considering the drone melee went up by, I think, 5 when we tested it. We can't talk to little the little robot node there. Blanking on his name for a second there. Kamasu, that's the one. I needed to remind myself this was gonna bother me if I couldn't pull that for some reason. Now there was a spot I noticed when I was looking at the map before we started, because that is the one thing I did do, is I stared at the map a little bit, and it's over here. So I want to go into the breach again, rather than running off the way I'm doing. Because it looks like there might be a gap we can fly across over there, that I think we passed before we got flight. Because we had gotten flight in that zone. Hi, big guy. Bye, big guy. At this point, I'm kind of just avoiding those because it's funny to me, as anything else. There's like, I don't think I really need to be that afraid of them anymore, now that we have a lot more health and everything. It just makes me laugh that I can just run past them instead of fighting them. That reminds me, how much more damage do we do with our drone melee? 24. I think we only gained 4 points on that second one. Hey there, Snork, how you been? Yes, yes, there's a fish there. That's fine. There's a wall here preventing us from going that way. Nudge him off that ledge. Okay, I see what I need to do to get in there. Dispose of these two jokers first. There's nothing in here, but at least we got map completion. At the cost of more health than I would like, but, you know, it is what it is. Not really that concerned about it. After all, if I was worried about it, I'd be preserving my health, wouldn't I? Thank you for the resub, Snork, and it's funny in a way that you bring that up when there was apparently a very good Nintendo Direct recently. So it's one of those only one set of fans can win at a time type things. Things in this world, apparently. But I've been doing fine. Heat wave's killing me, but I'll get over it. Some more points to spend. Right after I just sat there and spent all of our points. Unfortunately, though, that didn't lead to progress like I was hoping. So that's unfortunate. I'm pretty sure this is still barriered off, but it may be worth double checking. Oh wait, wasn't that actually a place we couldn't quite reach? Not a case of we couldn't go there because of a barrier? Now that we can hover, we probably can get there then. But yeah, situations like what you're talking about are exactly why I typically ignore interviews and news bits like that, because the amount of times you don't get good news out of those things really just makes me question it. And yeah, that's exactly what we need, was just the ability to hover to get up here. And sure, it's probably a negative view on things to say that you rarely get good news and that the hype is very rarely accurate, but it really is generally the way that goes. Okay, so that didn't lead us anywhere new. That just led us back here. What does being back here do for us? Honestly, nothing unless I can get past here, which I don't think I can. But in the interest of expediting it here, we can just warp across. Wait. Oh, that's how you're supposed to get in here. I didn't even think about that. I assumed you could only fast travel to... I thought you could only fast travel to save points you had touched. I didn't even think about this when I did that. And it just worked out. Huh. And honestly, worst Star Wars rating is kind of impressive in recent times, considering having a bunch of them been getting kind of panned. And this is still a dead end. That's what I thought. This was just a barrier, not a jump. So it might be a case of we don't... unless maybe over here? Because that's a barrier. I can see it from here. There might be something up here. This is barriered off from what I remember, as is this. So yeah, the only other remaining shot would be over here, but I'm not sure about this. This is the unfortunate thing about having left us in a position like this where we didn't have a clear way forward. Is having to remember any ideas I may have had for going forward. Nope, this was barriered off too, so this is a dead end. Okay. Yeah, that's a barrier there too. You can see the little bit of pink line on the edge of that room. I may as well look up here and see if there's anything here then. So this isn't relevant to where we're going, I don't think, so I'm not sure this will do anything for us. But it may just hold an item that we didn't have, so it's probably not a waste. How valuable it'll be is a whole other question. Or we're not gonna be able to reach anything from there anyway. And there's nothing up here. Okay, well, that was completely pointless. Which isn't a big shock, but I was hoping. Let's double check the hole underneath us here while we're here then. Since we can just warp away at any given time. Now that we've gained the power to fast travel. Yep, that's what I remembered, just a big old barrier, and these pipes are inaccessible to us. So that is completely and utterly pointless. Yeah, and the only thing I have noted down on the map in here is still inaccessible, considering we've gained nothing that pertains to what I saw there. So one of two things has to be true. A, I have the abilities I need, and I'm misunderstanding something. B, there's an ability I missed somewhere, somehow. C, there's something very simple just over here somewhere that I've overlooked that gets us through. Unfortunately, I have to exit the breach in order to be able to fast travel to non-breach save points. So we'll just hop over here to get out. Actually, no, this one sucks. We're not going to this one. We'll just go to this one. This one should be easy to get to. Just to double check. Yeah. Since it was right there, I figured I may as well look at it again. And flight doesn't get me anything here, right? Is this all barriered off? Yeah, you have to come at this from the other side. The other side, which is currently theoretically inaccessible to us. Now, is there anything on this side that I think flight might get me to? Our biggest issue in a lot of these areas over here was grates in the way that we can't move or go through, so I know those aren't the way. These two breach points still bother me because I can't get to them. I've yet to find a way to get to either of them. Which only makes me really wonder about it because of the fact that I'm pretty confident gaining access to either of these breach points would get us into over here, for example, and it would gain us the other side of this. Because the lake is one of the few areas we have not entered the breach from at all. So something about that doesn't add up. And there's also potentially a breach point somewhere in here that would lead us to gaining access to the other side of this and this. Thus connecting all of this up as well. Now, what point connecting a lot of that up has? Don't know. There might be something in this section. I don't know. All I know is we didn't really have much access to a lot of Mount Eben from the breach, so it would make sense to access it. So I think what I'm gonna do, since I'm conveniently right here right now anyway, is I'm gonna look around this general vicinity to see if I can find a hidden breach point, since we really haven't used the ability to find those that extensively yet. I wonder if people understand the fact that maybe it might just be time to let Star Wars rest. Like, I know this is yet another time where I say something that sounds heretical. But every now and then, I bring this up, and it's the simple fact that some franchises and some sets of media have just been run into the ground and overdone. Or in the hands of people that clearly no longer care about the media they're making anymore. So, sometimes it's better just to let it die. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of breach territory here. Just finding where we access it is the question mark. Aha! There's an exit portal here. Which is an interesting spot for it. Okay, but it's not an entrance. So that doesn't really... Did I really never open this? Why didn't I open this? Not you. Door. There we go. Not that there's much point to me opening that, but it's open now. But yeah, with what you're saying about the Fallout show as well, there's a place for something to be attached to a name without it necessarily having to kowtow to every piece of information about the subject, as long as it's done well. Like, I feel like that's another thing that a large portion of people need to come to the conclusion for is you can let things go. Crazy concept, I know, but people need to learn to let shit go. I haven't watched the show, so I have no opinion on that. But I also have no real serious attachment to any of the Fallout games either. They were okay. None of them really blew me away like it apparently did for so many other people. But then again, a lot of things that blew a lot of people away meant nothing to me, so maybe that's just me. The cynical, overexposed man that I am that just doesn't care about a lot of media anymore because he's seen the same things done too much. Go right ahead and talk shit about Dennis. He deserves it. Oh, you know what? I might have misunderstood what the pink marker on the compass was. I thought that was pointing to a large enemy. No, it's pointing to breaches. Okay, well that's good news. That might make finding whatever breach is around here a little more doable. Actually, will flight let me get up here? Because this was another place we were having a devil of a time figuring out how we get to. Answer is maybe if I do some really weird nonsense. Because if I fly over here and then... Nope, I lose too much height quickly that way. Because what I was going to do is swap back to human form, grab the wall, climb up, and then swap back on the launch over to the other side. And then grapple up. But that's a sloped edge anyway, so that wouldn't have worked. So we're still not able to get into here. Which is where the button is to get whatever this is. So that's still dead-ended at the moment. Unless there's like a hidden path, and I'm barking up the wrong tree the entire time. Oh, you know what? You know what? I might be onto something with that idea, actually, because I just spotted something on the map. I'll explain when we get up there. I might be going about this the wrong way entirely. Oh, I gotta be quick about this, though. This was easy when I could throw the drone up here. And just clear this area out so I can think. Is there anything here? Because what bothered me is something you're not going to be able to see now that I'm over here. Let me move over a little bit. There was a light spot on the map right above where we could potentially have transitioned down to this room. Now, obviously there was no marked spot to cross from room to room here, so the odds of it working weren't very high. But I figured it was worth a shot, because it could have been a secret path. But it's just the water, which, without me remembering that there was water there from yesterday, there was no way for me to guarantee that one until I checked. So now the thing is, I still don't know where to go. Like, I know where I'm supposed to be getting to, which is over here, but how we get there is the question mark. Let's just pop back over here and make sure there's not something I'm forgetting from yesterday. When in doubt, always check the stupid answer. Maybe there's something I overlooked or something I just couldn't do yesterday. In fact, yes, there is, because I can cross this now by flying. So it wasn't so much something I overlooked as something I couldn't do until end of session yesterday when we gained flight. So I was right in thinking that flight was important. Ah, you again. I'd hope you'd gone away. I still want my body back, asshole. What makes you think you deserve it? Leaving Samara like that. How could you? The hell? You remember that? I have more than just your body now. The truth is, I can hardly stand being you. In point of fact, I expect killing you to be most therapeutic. Oh, look at you with your fancy laser move. Oh, are you just gonna keep reforming every time I beat you? What are you doing up there? Hey, I'm down here to fight. You're really just gonna keep reforming, aren't you? The thing is, joke's on you, the same thing's gonna happen unless... Like, the same thing's gonna happen... Oh, there we go. This body's as useless as the soul that went with it. Nothing the Siona won't remedy. And she's just gonna leave. But it opened the wall. Is a part of my mind still alive inside her? This is very bad. What did she mean about Samara? It was long ago. I was far away for business all the time. I should have been more of a mother to her. She left in her teens and I haven't seen her since. Oh, I'm sorry. My parents were always off fighting in the war. Before it came like this, I mean. It was just me and my sister, but we understood. It's messed up what happened to you, kid. Maybe after I get back home we can do something about it. I don't know if that's possible, but thank you. I mean, you clearly still care about your daughter, considering she's the reason you came here. But not being there for her, probably problematic. See, and that's not true, though. That is inherently not true, because there's plenty of garbage that gets sold quite well in this world today. In part because we have so much access. Because there's so much out there. People take gambles on lower quality things in the hopes that something new comes of it. Saying a game or movie or show has to be a 7 out of 10 or better is kind of farcical to a degree because of the fact that ratings like that are not necessarily indicative of quality as much as it is an indication of the palatability it has to the people reviewing it. Or whatever mass palatability it may have, in the case of some reviewers who are potentially a little bit more open about that kind of thing. But to a fairly hefty degree, any kind of rating system like that is going to be inherently subjective because we as people are very bad at completely separating ourselves from the thing we're looking at. And how we feel about it, influencing how we react to it. Another 15% damage reduction. like, to take your own example there at the end of your sentence, the fact that none of the other Metal Gear Solids come close to either the first one or Snake Eater was what, the remake of the Snake Eater, I forget which one Snake Eater was at this point, because I've only kind of half paid attention to that series. Wait, no, that was the third one? I don't even remember, or for 100% sure, but the point is, the very statement you're making there kind of makes the point I'm trying to make for me, because that is how you view the series, whereas almost anyone you ask is going to give you a different answer when regarding that series. And it's all going to be through the lens of their experience with the series. It being 3 sounds right, but going off of subtitle means nothing to me as the one who only kind of observed the series from the outside for the most part. Like, I have played most of the games a little bit, but I didn't particularly care for it. It really didn't do anything for me. Like, there was nothing wrong with it, it just wasn't for me, particularly. And there's also the extra layer of it may just be that I needed to try them at a different time. But my point being, there are a lot of people that really like the later entries in the Metal Gear Solid series. Do they get really goofy? Sure. But that is what some people like about them. As the plot lines steadily go mad and everybody can laugh about it. So, to say that a series peaked at a certain point is a variable thing, because it'll peak for certain audiences, 100%, at a certain point. But the audience may then change. But that does not change inherently the quality of the product. It just changes what the audience for it is. Do you understand what I'm getting at there? Like, yes, the games have ceased being for you, perhaps. Well, I accept that, but I'm just taking it on the basis of your specific example, is why I was saying it based on series. Because you use that as a concrete example of what you're saying. And applied to all games created, my statement doesn't change. Audiences for genres can change, especially when they're in the hands of the same developers. The way the developer handles that genre can and will change. It doesn't have to stay the same, and it doesn't have to necessarily get better in the way people might expect it to. Is that to say that things are getting better now? No, absolutely not. I would not 100% say that. Okay, I didn't entirely get what you were trying to get at. You're saying in terms of, like, managing to pass them on charts, which you also have to take into consideration that the market itself shifts, especially in a time like recent ages. Not as many people have the money to be spending on games, so your amount of people to purchase games changes. thus making it harder even for something that would actually be wildly successful to pass things on their charts. And yes, of course, you're gonna have to compete with the past. That's welcome to how these things work. That's never gonna change. That never has changed. That's like saying it's a problem that every platformer created since the early NES Marios had to compete with those, because sure, to a certain degree they did. And even to this day, on platforms where such games exist, they do still have to compete with those. But what you have to understand is it's not inherently a competition of who can be at the top of the chart. It doesn't have to be that. The point of success is making enough to manage to keep your company alive. You don't have to be a top charter. Does that help? Absolutely. But I think you might be giving too much credence to those charts.
We're being attacked!
Oh, I'll attack people all day, I don't care. But how you doing, Voila? Like, I only half understand the point you're trying to make, Snork, I think is part of the problem. Because I don't think what you're saying makes the sense you want it to make. Or I'm not getting it. One of the two. And I'm doing fine so far, Voila. Just slightly lost as to where the game wants me to be, because I think I need to talk to Lamashu over there again, because it's marked. But I wanted to see if I could track down where our body ran off to first, but it's not looking like that's gonna work, so let's see where this goes. Wielder, it is I, the Lamashu. Gave a go at fighting Amashlama just now. Seems neither of us can beat the other. It's almost like you both can reform from your bodies endlessly, so of course you can't destroy each other. She's something about a Suna? Siuna, this is troubling. The Siuna are a powerful cache of weapons. How quiet is so quiet? Because it doesn't look any different on my side according to the meters, aside from very slightly. And the audio did get reset again. Here, I'll do a thing. Give me a second. Is that better? Because the mic was sitting back just a hair further. And when the computer rebooted this morning, it did reset the audio slightly, but I had put the audio back where it was. So there shouldn't have been a major difference. But I don't know what to tell you because everything looks fine on my end. Did your Windows audio lower at any point, perhaps, or anything? 'Cause I'm still touching the yellow zone in OBS, which is where I've been the entire time. So I have no good answers for that one. To roll back to the last point I wanted to make about what you were saying, Snork, though, is when you say sold bad, what is the scale for sold bad? Because remember, there were a lot of other factors playing into that whole situation. Thank you for the verification, Char. Anyway, back on track though. The Siuna are a powerful cache of weapons. In the past, she was obsessed with them. Okay, I think that's where the confusion came in, because it was presented like you were saying it's a problem. And I think that was just A, an interpretation thing, or B, a phrasing thing there, which is where this took a pivot. So that's as much on me as anything. And honestly, losing money may just be a matter of they wasted a lot of money on the game. There's a lot of overproduced games in this day and age that cost way more money than they need to. Normally, each arm was under the control of a wielder. Siuna, on the other hand, were powerful corporeal forms that made wielders redundant. So if she gets a Siuna, can I have my old body back? It is too dangerous. Most of the Siuna were sealed in the Anasur, our mother world. But once she had them, her intention was to use them to destroy it. She believed this would free our world. Is she wrong? Suffice it to say, destroying Anasur would mean the destruction of this world and many others. Okay, so it's the thing that we saw a note about before, where some worlds are root worlds to others. So Anasur is a root world to this one and multiple others. Okay, that makes sense. If the Siuna are so dangerous, why even have them? They were a contingency plan that was never needed. So why weren't they dismantled then if they were never needed? The cache was meant to be destroyed, but this did not happen. Okay, the usual thing then. Okay. Let me guess, you want me to find it and finish the job? I have a conundrum. If I tell you where the Siuna are, how do I know you won't take them for yourself? And if I don't tell you, who will stop Amishlama? All I want is to get the hell out of here. I shall compromise by giving you the location of just one of the Siuna. You do realize that if you tell me about only one of them, and that's not the one she goes to, we're gonna have a problem. See, and that's kind of the point I was making before, though. I don't think it will put it in its grave, because there's going to be two different audiences to a certain degree for the two things. Will the audience for Stalker 2 be enough to make it worth the amount of time and everything that has gone into that? Maybe, maybe not. There's no way to know that. The audience that will want to stick with Anomaly are those that are already playing it. So really, they've lost those people already anyway. Some of them are probably going to pick the game up just because they probably pre-ordered it ages ago. His pre-orders for that have been out for God knows how long at this point. If you use it to destroy Amishlama, all the better. If not, nothing will have changed between us. Thank you? You may find it on your map at Sector 3816. Okay. So, I misunderstood his intentions with offering that. He wants us basically to get a bigger, better body to go fight Amishlama, who goes and gets a bigger, better body, and he's hoping we destroy each other. Seems to be his plan. Which checks out. That's pretty safe to say that that's how that'll work out. And even taking there being two separate audiences into an account, there's nothing saying people can't play both. Or won't play both. Like, I feel like that's going to be inherently very dependent on just how good a quality of product Stalker 2 ends up being. Let's just go in here to get away from the weird invisible bird. This is certainly a weird place I found myself in, isn't it? Okay, those reform. Oh! That's why... Okay. Interesting. So, Anuna Gorge is connected to the breach in Lake Amagi. Huh. I guess they're I guess this gorge section is too small to have its own breach area, so it got connected to that then. Okay. And we are underwater, so we're taking advantage of our increased jump height underwater right now. Which applies in the breach, which is also interesting. We hadn't had a time to find that out yet, because we got the ability to go and jump better underwater forever ago, back when we were first entering the lake area. Back at the beginning of the game, basically. And we had gained the ability to enter these breach sections not too awful long after, but we could never get into the lake breach, so we never were able to find out. There's also, to put the last point to bed in my mind on what you're talking about, there's also no guarantee such an anomaly 2 would ever happen. That situation can change at any point. Would an equivalent happen? Probably, possibly. Again, no way to guarantee that. Things have been promised for other series before and then didn't end up happening. So I wouldn't bank on that until it actually happens. See, that's a fair and valid thing to base off of, but you have to understand that even modders that are hard committed to their games have to move on at some point. And in some cases, modders will just not move on to the next game. They may just stay on the engine they know how to deal with and just keep continuing to develop their mod instead of moving on to the sequel. And even then, there's also the extra layer of they may go on to make their own game. That happens quite a bit too. Here's an important question mark to that. Did we ever actually get a guaranteed release date for Stalker 2? Because I don't actually remember. I feel like it was supposed to be the end of this year, but I don't remember for sure. Because I kind of stopped paying attention after a point. Because at the time I saw it, it was far enough out that it's like, well, this is not relevant information. I will be reminded a couple months beforehand, I'm sure, so it won't matter. I did not mean to save. That's what I figured, is these are platforms. What does this jar do? Alarm allows you to exit the breach at any point. that's actually huge. Now we can just come and go as we please. We can't enter the breach from anywhere or everywhere. But if we can exit the breach anywhere, that means I can bypass so many things. Because, like, for example, I can drop myself somewhere in here right now and see what we find. Which, this is probably what we were intended to do, is drop back out of the breach somewhere in here in order to progress. True, yeah. They do have a way of going back and forth sometimes. But the main thrust of my point is the fact that there is no guarantees on any of that. I'm not saying that it can't happen. I'm not saying that it won't happen. I'm saying there is just a reality in either direction on that one, where it either will or won't, and the only way for us to know is for it to end up happening. Exactly. And even frequently when people claim that there is a 100% chance of something, that's usually a lie. They just want to believe that there's a guarantee. Okay, that just gets me access to the way back into the breach. Okay, we got the stronger versions of those enemies now, because they turned red. Okay, so there's something for me to see here. Ah. Portal exit. Not really sure I care about that anymore, since we have the ability to exit the breach wherever we want. That just might be where we were intended to exit, rather than where I chose to exit, since we had gained the ability to just choose that at our leisure. Nope, not gonna be able to get up there right now. At least not from that angle. Forbidden knowledge. Against all advice, I've been doing tests with the antenna transmitters and have learned much. The Lamasu claims that understanding this is taboo. It expects us to build weapons without knowledge of how they work. This might have been enough for my father or my father's father, who think of it like a magic spell. But if we are to have any success against the Odog, we cannot go forth blindly. To anyone who may be interested, I invite you to join me. It breaks off here. This series has been full of unique ideas as far as enemy designs, and honestly, everything involved in these games is fairly unique for the most part. And I don't know if it ended up being more of a team at this point or not. Because I want to say the one who made Axiom Verge 1 was more or less a solo job. I think there are a few more people involved in this one. Not 100% on that. This is not data I've dug for. Looks like we're kind of dead-ended out over here now. Oh, there. I was like, wait, where'd I go? Because I lost track of where I was standing. Because I was thinking the camera was still centered, but we were at the edge of the room. So what I think my best choice is going to be right now is actually to leave this place for the Actually, no. Based on where one of the points we need to get to are, I'm gonna come back up here and try to get across this again first. And then we will leave and go collect things. Is being able to enter and exit the breach at will opens up a lot for us. Particularly a few things that I don't think I'll be accessing necessarily the way they intend me to. But they will be accessible. And yeah, I figured I could just fly over here. I was just coming at this from the wrong angle. That opens a door up there somewhere. Okay, that leads back to the initial glacier area we were in at the beginning. Oh, right, because I think the door was blocked off right here. Bounty list. Many rumored arms and other treasures from the apocalypse that were never found. Some I believe, some I do not. But here is all I've heard. An arm that would have let the wielder turn into a mouse. An arm that would allow an illiterate wielder to read. An arm that can make people and animals fall ill. An arm that turns bronze into silver. An arm that lets a wielder shape and detach their body parts to use as weapons. A talking mace? A device that can make an arm fully control its wielder. Well, that one we can confirm because that's how we lost our body. If you have the arms, I have the shackles. Bring them to me. Remember, when you find a sealed urn, no matter what you do, don't open it until I can check it out. Ugu. So let's see. Which ones of these do we know exist? Arm that let its wielder turn into a mouse. Theoretically, we have, because instead of being a mouse, we're this drone, but that's probably where that story came from. Illiterate wielder to read. I don't think we've seen anything close to that. Bronze to silver, we haven't seen. People and animals fall ill, I don't think we've really seen. Shape and detach their body parts to use as weapons, maybe? Because that still kind of falls into the same purveyance as the shape changing we have. Just could be a different aspect of it unlocked by another arm. And a talking mace sure is a concept. Breach attractor. Pulls breach portals towards you. Oh, goody. That's... So, I need to explain something that I remember from the first game. Which the breach may operate under completely different rules in this one than the first one. But I seem to recall that there was a breach attractor that was being used to destroy, or at least contain, an area in the first game. So that's why I'm a little sketchy on the idea of using a breach attractor. It's also interesting that it's in a smaller size, because I seem to recall that the attractor from the first game was much bigger. But that just brings the breach portal down here and allows us to enter. Okay. What does that do for us? Like, I enjoy the ideas of these portals from a conceptual level because it allows for some very interesting methods of exploring areas. Just based on my partial memory of the first game is why I get sketched out by some of these tools now and then. as far as I've been able to tell, not much aside from the name of the protagonist from the first game has come up in notes a couple times. But the problem is, a lot of the storytelling in both of these is kind of left up to you to figure out. So it kind of is an indeterminate thing to a certain degree. If that makes sense, because you kind of have an either-or on that. So knowing exactly how much is intended to be connected is a whole other animal. And it may even be somebody with coincidentally the same name, too. And there may be more connections than I'm realizing, because my interaction with the first game is multiple years past at this point, so I may be remembering things wrong or forgetting things as well. But I have seen an area that looks similar to at least one of the areas from the first game. There are some concepts that kind of line up a little bit, but not in a guaranteed, like, oh yeah, this is this way. Because some of it can also be explained away by the, well, it's made by the same person, so of course some of these concepts are gonna carry over. You're gonna have to put a more of a point on this antithesis of modern gaming that you're saying there. In what regard do you mean that? Because that could mean multiple things. And only some of it is a positive thing. And it's definitely not unheard of for somebody to go work for a bigger company, gain skills and knowledge, and then come back as an indie dev after the fact and do quite well. That I now understand. That's how you're supposed to use this breach over here. You're supposed to pull it to you. But it doesn't matter at this point because we've gained access to that area. Okay. See, I don't know if I would say that has anything to do with modern gaming, because even a lot of older games didn't have any of those concepts. So I wouldn't really point that as a time era concept, really, for a mechanic like that to be there. I'm sure there's more to it than the example you're giving, but I don't think that that example really fits. There are a decent amount of games out there where you are either an unimportant character or something of that regard. Do you end up gaining prominence toward the end of things? Yes, but you can very frequently find games where you are either able to be a minor character or already a minor entity in the story. Oh, I hate this situation already. How am I supposed to do anything here? Like, that is just in such an awkward spot. I guess I would have to come at it from here and fly in. But I still didn't see a way to get to that thing without taking damage. You seem to be basically guaranteed to get hit there. Short of happening to have that timing just perfectly right. Putting my healing item away so I don't waste it. Because we're close enough to a save point that really I shouldn't have even used the other one. I should just accept the death when it comes. And save the heal for when I really am going to have a farther trip to make when I die. Okay, so going this way was altogether pointless at the moment. This would drop me in a part of a Anuna Gorge we already have access to, so I don't think I want to drop out of the breach here. Controller, please. The thing is, this section of breach down here is a dead end anyway, until we can get past that barrier, which is going to involve coming back in here from somewhere in the regular world. Was this a dead end too? I feel like it would have to have been for me to have turned around. Then again, our goal is like right there. Oh yeah, because that's where the barricade is up there, yeah. And that's barricaded off in the real world too. What that tells me is right now we're looking for an ability that lets me get past those grates finally. Which very well might be down here somewhere. So let's actually go back over here and exit the breach somewhere in that tunnel to the right, I think. Try to leverage our new ability to get us where we need to go. Though, first and foremost, is there a reason to drop out of the breach here? Yes, there might actually be. Like, I may have said no, there wasn't. I know, maybe there wasn't. This door's already open because we were already here. This is the tower we'd climbed earlier on. And this is the suspension bridge that was mentioned in some of the notes earlier. Which admittedly seems somewhat unusual compared to all the ruins and such we were running through before. And the fact that it's so close to yet more ruined-looking structure. And we were told last time that there were ruins that defied explanation or expectation, one of the two, somewhere to the east of where we were at the time. Which would line up with where we're going over here somewhere. These ruins underneath us may in fact be said ruins that are technologically advanced compared to the rest of the things around here. Because the architecture down there does look more complex than the areas we've been in before. Not counting breach areas we were in. Another dead end, huh? Okay. Remember, we can't enter the breach wherever we please. We can only exit the breach wherever we wish. So I would still need to find a way to enter the breach in order to bypass that. It's very unfortunate that this is a horizontal flight, not a vertical flight. We can't climb the barriers as if they were walls. Just not even dealing with you. There's a world in which that works. There's a world in which my plan works. Oh god, you're in the tube. Just want nothing to do with that. Nah, thank you. I know what those do. They do bad things. And I have no need of experiencing further bad things. I just used the breach attractor, like, here. Would one get pulled to me? Nah. See if this actually leads anywhere. It does, down a hole. That's just gonna stay stuck there. Yeah, we'll just use this breach. This is close to where I intend to go anyway. Oh, wait, no. Oh, right, because I pulled it down a bit, we ended up in a different place. Okay. Okay, that works. That's certainly a way to get around. Okay, those throw bullets everywhere. That's less than ideal. Considering our current near-death state, that's not really what I want. Yeah, that's a room we've been in already. I could exit the breach to the right here and find new territory, but let's follow where this leads for the moment. So it's definitely encouraging me to leave based on the spots we're finding. This is why I wanted to keep following it, though. I had a feeling it was going to lead me to another transfer point between zones. So that at least clears this question mark up. Which is why they made sure to keep that save point off screen, is so you couldn't get it to pop up on your map so that you couldn't use that one as a shortcut. That makes sense now. But if we halam out, that puts us down here, directly underneath where that save point is. What does that do for me? The drone really does so much more work than our human form at this point. Huh. Okay. Well, it's unfortunate that I'm the one in the controls then, huh? The majority isn't getting what they want because the minority is in control. What a shame. Oh, warping into here was somewhat pointless. But it got us another partial health extension, so it's not completely pointless, just partially. Go ahead and pull that warp portal back up here. That's gonna do really weird things to the space-time continuum when we're just pulling holes in reality around like that. Just gotta really wreak havoc on the local architecture. Yeah, we haven't been over here, so we'll go ahead and take the cue from this pedestal. Oh boy. You know, I kind of regret trusting that pedestal right about now. Can't imagine why I would regret that decision. Listening to that pedestal is very similar to listening to chat. Very frequently a dangerous idea that leads to regret. That's where that vial was. Give me that. Considering the light usually is the flash of an explosion in my face, I can't imagine why I wouldn't want to see that all the time. Sure, we'll go ahead and max out my health at this point. Or at the very least, max out my skill point-based health. Which is interesting that this game both has health extensions and purchasable health. Usually, a game will take one or the other, or have purchasable health extensions of the same type as you use to extend your health by finding it. Not having two different methods that lead to the same point. Short of it being like an experience-based system. Okay. I just wanted to come over here and touch the save point. So we have another means of coming back, need be. I'm pretty sure most of these ledges just have slopes on them just so you have to use flight instead of grappling to everything. Because as nice as the flight is, that grapple is very satisfying when it works. It just really is frequently not allowed to work. Definitely getting more hazardous. Putting guns everywhere. Upgraded boomerang? And Gishru. Remote-controlled Gishru. So it's not inherently an upgraded boomerang, it's a different thing entirely. Whee! Bonk. That's handy. I'm a little concerned about having practical combat applications for it. But it's definitely a puzzle-solving tool. I was really hoping we'd actually have gotten a better ranged weapon. Which, to a certain degree, we did, because I can do things like this. But I can't really say that this is resoundingly efficient or effective. It's health efficient, but it's certainly not time efficient. But man, that must be annoying for him. But I know what this is for. It's for throwing up here, going around, and then hitting that, and then getting shot. The getting shot part was an unintended bonus. Lament for fools. Go on, celebrate it as victory. Tell yourselves we have defeated the Odog with bravery and cunning. Rejoice. The fact remains that they have simply disappeared, and we have no idea why. In Irakar, the ever-present sounds of exploding storms suddenly ceased. At the forward operating base in Idu Sudra, where our forces were completely surrounded and starving after a months-long siege, the enemy pulled back to the watery horizon and has not been seen since. The Lamasu, that thinking machine our great-grandparents thought of as the god's messenger, seems satisfied enough that they won't return. What is it not telling us? Why is it so sure? Exegtil wielder on behalf of Amashlama. Amashlama continuing to be suspicious of Lamashu, which is a fair thing, all things considered. I wouldn't trust that statue any further than I could throw it either. Because it's definitely got goals in mind that probably have absolutely nothing to do with the survival of those around. I will say, this is a resoundingly good scouting tool. I can just kind of fly around wherever I want. It has a time limit, but it's a pretty generous one. And the flight control on it is way better than you might expect. Dunk. Like, the cheese potential on this is ridiculous. The only limit on it is the patience of the wielder to keep using it. Which right now it's amusing me enough that I'm going to use it. Yeah, that just leads back around to here like I expected it to, but I wanted to make sure there wasn't like a hidden corridor in there that would lead to an item or something. Thank you for the power cell. And another note. Indra Chowdhury takes leave to deal with family tragedy. July 7th, 2063. Globe 3 founder Indra Chowdhury said Tuesday that she will take an extended leave starting immediately, temporarily leaving the helm of the company she founded 29 years ago. She still plans to oversee the company in an advisory capacity, she says. Bill Bentley, chief executive of Globe 3 and Principal Services, will take over as interim CEO of Globe 3. Wait. Didn't we leave in 2053? Either I'm reading some of those dates wrong, or somebody's pulling shenanigans while we're away, and we somehow got that note in this other dimension. Both of which are weird concepts. But we've definitely been over here for a while at this point, and who knows how time moves over here versus the normal world and all of that. There's dozens of layers of possibilities to that one. Phone, please. I just want to check a thing. Okay. These lights are neat. I could do with a better way to see my surroundings, but these lights are neat. Oh, hey. Other drones built roughly like me. That's upsetting. On multiple levels, actually. Not on any level of uniqueness, but because it reminds me of something. I don't like it. There's more implications there that I don't appreciate. What is this place? I used to say it was the home of the gods. I kind of doubt that, though. Whoever made it, we used it as a kind of factory to help with the war. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. No, 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 no. Don't use random ancient technology that you don't understand. God damn it, this is all starting to come together now in my head, and I don't like the answer I'm getting. If something starts yelling kill at me, I'm gonna be very unhappy. Huh. I want that. I don't fully understand what that is. I assume it's some kind of crazy techno boomerang, but I want it. The best way to understand it is to put it in my hand and throw it at somebody. Because remember, it's not okay for their society to use random ancient technology they don't understand, but it's absolutely fine if I do it, because I'm the main character. Worst case, I'll blow my own arm off rather than unseating an entire society. Probably. Destruction program. Loyal wielders are already immolating themselves with storm bombs in the faithful belief that it serves the greater good, assured that their very existence poses too great a risk in any but the most dire of circumstances. And the Siuna, hailed once as a triumphant way to free ourselves from our unkind and bipartite method of waging war, uplifting arms to warriors themselves, and not mere tools to be later discarded, are being locked away in an Asur. I, for one, am not eager to die any sooner than I must. People of Kingir, I implore you, question this so-called wisdom. Trust your own minds, not that of a machine. Ijishingan until wielder and behalf of Amishlama. See, that is one angle I can agree with Amishlama on, the arms being expected to blow themselves up once the war was over thing. Really not doing anybody any great favors on that one. I need to have more infection level, huh? I need one more jar to get the necessary infection level to open that. I was wondering when I was going to run into a door that was higher than level 3. I should have prepared for it, but buying health made sense. Okay, this is just more of the bridge. If I'd looked at the map, I would have realized what I was doing when I jumped down there, but you know. Rather than going back here, let's go back down here and see if we can head down. Level 4 again. Yep. You can tell what level they are by the pattern of color on the sides rather than the interior. Another power cell. For those wondering, power cells are what allow me to use these healing power matrices over here. In case anybody wasn't here last time to get that information. So, going down just led me to another level 4 door. That's upsetting. And I suppose I should explain why the drone design in here bothers me. It's the same drone design that you used in the first game when you were controlling a drone. Now, it could be a coincidence. It could absolutely 100% be a coincidence. But it worries me. It's a worrying coincidence. Now, didn't we just... There we go. I was like, didn't we just go up here? How am I failing to do this now? Which, another thing I feel like I should probably explain. The way the grappling hook works with the drone is you grab the edge and then you let go of the butt to pull yourself. if you don't let go and it extends too far, it disconnects automatically. Hence why I kept having an issue there. And you know what else is interesting that I'm realizing? This whole section over here, so far has had no breach points in it. We're not really gonna find anything we didn't already find on most of this hallway, so we'll just warp across and walk back to the right from here. Or the one square we need to. Because there's where the boomerang is. The presumed boomerang, which we need to get above or to the right of to get at. What's this way? Okay, this just leads back outside again. For no other purpose than but to dump me back down here onto the suspension bridge. Okay, so that's pointless. But basically, the implication I'm concerned about with those drones is that the technology they're using here is connected to the technology from the first game, which has worrying implications all up and down it. Most of which I'm not gonna get into. I hate being right. This is where we healed our wounded. We could also make copies of soldiers here. These were the save points from the first game. Looks like a bomb went off in here. After the war, the Lamasu had everyone destroy this stuff. It's too dangerous or something. Well, you know, maybe the Lamasu's not completely wrong. This is some spooky stuff he had them blow up. Is much like we've been being eternally rebuilt from nanomachines at these urns and goblets here. That's basically what those machines were doing as well, is rebuilding people. Do with that information as you will. Hey, Kayseri. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? Hopefully everything went well. Welcome in, everybody. Currently trying to decide how concerned I should be about encountering technology from the first game. I think you were doing Monster Hunter today, right? How'd that work out for you? And welcome to my nightmare. Hopefully everybody had a good time. Do I need that power cell? I don't, but I may as well take one, use one. There we go. Yeah, some of the cutscenes being unskippable is unfortunate in that game, especially. But it definitely sounds successful overall, if you manage to get a chance to hit something with a Dragonator. Dragonator's always fun. Okay, that is grabbable. Yeah, you know, you did the work, so it counts. Okay, there's a door up there, so we can't get through here quite yet. So the question becomes, where do they want me going? And the answer is probably something stupid that I should have considered a second ago, and I didn't. Because I think I might be onto something. Uh-huh. That shows me that whole layout. There's one of two things we're going to be true over here. One, we're going to need to use the breach attractor or going through the breach somewhere in general, or we were going to need to use our new remote-controlled boomerang in order to find a way to open that door. Which this is said remote-controlled boomerang. But I'm sure you're tired after streaming, so if you need to take some time to take care of yourself, please do so. This looks like it would open, but it isn't open right now. Is there something up here? No, that's a dead end. Let's just follow this path for the second, then. That looks breakable. We haven't used this ability in forever. Does it work? Nope. That's just a little cracked and weird looking. It doesn't actually do anything. Sad days. So that's all dead ends. Up we go, then. Back into the lake, huh? Oh no, it's the underwater section of the glacier. No, exploding doesn't work. Okay. Is this a dead end at the moment? Because looking at this, my first instinct would be to try to move this block to the left. I don't have any ability that allows me to do that. There's no breach point over here either. And I'm going to assume I can't attract one to me either. No, there's none near enough to be pulled to me. Wait a minute. Since when was there... Oh, we discovered where these two breach points were by being in the breach in those areas. So we found that there were exits there. Okay. Because for those wondering, this is the first area of the game, long before we even knew the breach existed in this game. So to see one of these portals here was a bit of a surprise. So I was trying to figure out how that got there, but it makes perfect sense. So what I'm gonna do is I'm actually gonna go back to this fast travel point here. Because what we can do is climb up, go across here, and see about accessing the other side of this spot that we're at now. To see if this leads across both to where this point is and to where the boomerang was, which is somewhere over here. Because I would like to have that upgraded boomerang. Assuming that's what that is, because that's what it looks like. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 5 gifts. Conveniently, one of them to Casey, too. One for Callista, one for Team Monumental, one for Zawsome Sauce, and Bilbo. Very good. Hopefully you all enjoy those gifted subs. You now have the handful of emotes that exist on this channel and you don't need to deal with ads. All in all, a wonderful thing. all thanks to the generosity of whoever this mystery person was. There we go. Now, to solve our mystery, we just drop down here, and we encounter another block. It can be tricky. Like, that's what's been stymieing me making more emotes myself, is I don't know what else to make. Part of it's a layer of like, well, what do you want your emotes to look like? What kind of emotes do you want? But I assume that is in and of itself part of the problem. Considering you're saying the same right there. I forgot that this has a grate in the way, so we can't actually use this information. But now I can't access the room I wanted to go to either. Because I don't think exiting the breach here is going to lead to where I want to be, but we may as well try. Yeah, it puts me on top of the block. That's what I thought was going to happen, but I was hopeful. Because, like, some easy, simple options would be things like a raid emote and things like that. Both for when you get raided and when you raid people. And there's always the, like, simple hellos and things like that, and a lurking emote's usually popular. But it really depends on how deep you want to go with those emotes to begin with. Because going deep as far as that goes is what's gotten me in trouble. Is like, well, what kind of crazy, meaningful things can I do? And a lot of the time, they didn't work. Yeah. Now, some people charge a lot. Usually their work is at least arguably worth it, but boy, is it hard to justify, even for good quality, paying out 50 an emote. Especially at the scale we're working at. It's like, when do you think you're gonna get the money back for that? Which, don't really want to have to look at it that way, but that's kind of how it works. I mean, I didn't try blasting this wall, but I'm pretty sure this wall won't go anywhere either. Yeah, didn't figure that was gonna work. Just been a while since I'd used the explosion move, so I'm like, eh, sure, why not? I'll try it. So, apparently I didn't go this way, and this is probably the whole problem. Namu, any idea what these do? Oh, I remember this. This is where I became what I am now, an arm. Why would anyone do this to you? It's inhuman. The younger you are, the more adaptable your mind is. They thought I could do all kinds of things an adult couldn't. What happened? Didn't it work? The war ended before I was really needed. Like all this stuff, I was too dangerous to keep around. I mean, at least they put you in storage rather than blowing you up like some of them. But I can't help but feel that that's not really a positive. Oh, this one's still active. So what's this one do? Nobody knows. It was actually never lit up like this before. Like I said, the elders believed all this stuff was made by the gods. You know, it was probably just made by people. Pretty much. Yeah. I mean, if it works anything like the ones from before did, this gives us an option. Yeah, exactly. The Eternal Arm, Ernina, I understand what you mean about yourself, self-aggrandizing grandparents. My own grandfather used to make up a lot of stories about the Udog War. I heard time and again about the siege of Idusudra that he wasn't present for, and the raising of Giguna, which I'm doubtful ever happened. But there was one I'm unlikely to forget, about an arm that was so powerful nobody was allowed to wield it. The story goes that the arm could reconfigure things into any shape possible, but it was uncontrollable. Worse, at the end of the war, when they were collecting all of the other arms and incinerating them with storm bombs, this one was unaffected. It just reformed itself like nothing happened. They made Grandfather seal it up and bury it because they couldn't find another way to get rid of it. As he told us this story, he looked as if he was on the verge of tears. This frightened me as a child. Udari. The timeline here is a bit weird. This is probably a bad idea, but let's use it. It'll do one of two things. One of which good, one of which really bad. Or mystery answer C. Huh. You know, you got me, game. Wasn't expecting this one. Was not expecting to end up somewhere else. Probably should have by now, but well, here we are. That background is trippy. And is that 12 emote slots counting animated emotes, or is that all just the static emotes? Because I don't remember what the overall count for emotes is anymore. Because it changed like 3 times back to back that one time. Okay. Yeah, because I would assume if that artist in question does animated emotes, the price for that would be even higher. Indra, can you hear me? Hammond? Yes, this terminal doesn't have the limitations of an Ansible, so we can speak freely. I'm sorry for having lured you here, but you must believe I had no other choice. Cut the crap, is Samara there? I want to talk to her. Of course, just a minute. Mother, are you there? Samara, it really is you, isn't it? Yes, it's me. Listen, I'm here with Hammond and so many other people. It's nuts. Sweetie, where are you? Are they treating you well? Mom, I'm not like a hostage or anything. This place is gonna get wiped out if you don't do what Hammond asks. Is there a way out? No, Mom. We're in another place like you are, with no exits. Hammond wants to talk again. Hold on. We're just passing the phone around. Indra, this is important. Centuries ago, the Lamasu repurposed some upstream tech to combat the Udug. Evidently, it worked, but it caused several important systems to fail. We're now at the verge of collapse. Samara, myself, and eventually everyone alive today will be flushed out of existence. I can fix it, but I need you to hack this terminal to give me total control. Why don't you hack it yourself? We're kind of in a detention center. I had to resort to some very tricky methods to even contact you. Now, I have very hefty reservations about giving anyone complete control over a system that has that many people in it. Especially since every impression I've gotten of the relationship between Hammond and Indra here is they don't trust each other. They've been competing companies. They've been competing CEOs for who knows how long. So that already colors their impression of each other to begin with, and I wouldn't even count that as a significant thing. But the way that it was implied that they were holding Indra's daughter hostage, which maybe that was just a bit of phrasing to make sure that Indra moved, and it didn't mean much, but it's suspect from the word go. And there's a lot of odd things we've seen mentioned about Hammond here and there along our way in the notes we found. And simple fact of the matter is, I wouldn't trust a saint with that much power over that many people. And how am I to even know that that's what this is going to affect? For all I know, there's only the 2 people in there. Hammond and their bargaining chip. Okay, so total all told 19, counting the animated then. Okay. Detention center? How did you even get there? I don't think you're ready to hear the answer to that just yet. Oh, I like you less already now that you're saying things like that. Do you have any idea what the hell we've gone through to get here? You're insufferable. Can you help me get back home? Possibly, but first, the hack. Fine, hang on. Hammond, can you tell me anything about Amashlama and what she's trying to do? These nanomachine entities were tools in an ancient war, but some of them were once human. Well, we knew that all already, thanks for the enlightening news there. At some point, they created bodies. They called them Siuna, so they wouldn't need a wielder like yourself to harness them. They were evidently dangerously powerful, so only one was ever used before they decided to seal the rest away. Do you know where they might be? I just know they were sequestered in another world. I don't know where or how to get there, but if the wrong person had access, it would be very bad. Well, good news! It's highly likely the wrong person has access right now, as we speak. Nothing else to say, okay. I figured interacting with it again was how I was going to hack it, so somewhere around here I have to hack access to it. Now, the name of this place being The Filter is worrying on many, many layers. Is one, what is it filtering? Two, why are they stuck in there? How did they get in there in the first place? And specifically, one of these notes, I think, indicated something that I was kind of worried about. I just need to find the note again. Yeah, I think it was actually one of these trace notes. Yeah, there we go. My current hypothesis is that they're filtered by a kind of tree-like hierarchy, being narrowed and specific at the ends but broad at the root. And of course, in order for this to work, the filters themselves are also worlds in the tree, downstream of even more filters recursively. If the filter fails somehow, do the worlds it filtered cease to exist? So, by tinkering with the filter, how many worlds could we end up fucking up in the process? In case anyone's wondering why it being called the filter is what spooks me. That's why. That just screams bad idea all up and down the line. Actually, I know how I'm supposed to hack this, and I don't know why I didn't think of it. We have the infection ability that allows us to hack machines. Override security authorizations. It's done. I don't see a change. Wait, hold on. Ah, that's it. You did it. For once something went smoothly, I'm impressed. Where's the other shoe? I'm looking for it. It's up there somewhere. It's gonna fall on my head. I'm waiting for it. I'll get your daughter. Hang on. Mom, we're being evacuated to somewhere safer. It's gonna take a while, though. Evacuated to where? Hammond showed me some of the things you've done since I left. I want you to stop blaming yourself over what happened to me. Thanks to you, I'm going to be just fine. That doesn't answer my question. How do I even know that this is really the people that are talking and not just a fake voice? There's no time, but we'll see each other again eventually, I know it. Samara, I'm sorry. It's Hammond again. Samara had to go, but they're letting me stay longer so I can make sure things are working properly. Who's they? That's another layer to this. Who is this they that's moving you lot around? If you have total control, why are you being allowed to do things? Shouldn't you be the one in charge if you have total control? This entire thing doesn't wash. This washes less than somebody who spends their entire life in a basement. Hey there, Zeno. How you doing? I'm busy questioning everything about an exchange we're dealing with right now. Because I've just given somebody massive power over this machine in front of me here, under suspect circumstances. Okay. That checks out. Once you leave, I'm going to deactivate the portal you came through. It's too much of a risk that someone could undo what we've accomplished. Much like me coming back to undo what you're gonna do when I leave. I'm trying to get the Ansible at 4410 back online so we can still communicate. This has been a lot to take in. I think I need to be alone now. Understandable. Be safe, Indra. There's a lot to unpack with what's occurring here. I don't trust a single thing that's happening here. I also trust less the fact that the background has changed to look dramatically different. I feel like we've been suckered. Oh, Xeno, why are you doing this to yourself? Why would you do this? I'm sorry to hear you've been sick again. Yeah, that's fair. It's more the ranked part that I'm like, oh boy. Yeah, fair. None of these doors are open, but I guess I can't seem to leave. None of the doors were open, and I can't leave the way I came in. Was I supposed to say something else to them before I went? Yeah, that's fair. That's honestly the better way to go about playing something like that. This way you don't stress and get frustrated or anything, really. No, there's nothing else to say. Can I hack it again? I can, but it doesn't do anything. Okay. Did one of the doors over here open? No. Ah, this door's open now. Which leads to a different pod. Okay. I suppose this will spit me out somewhere else then, huh? Theoretically. Now it looks like it put me back where I came in. Huh. I have so many concerns about what has transpired. 4410, though. Oh, the one up here. One way back at the beginning. Okay. Well, let's see if we can have a conversation over there then. Or if we're meant to go to the other marker first. Like, we've already had so much to unpack by virtue of essentially being made out of nanomachines for the past few hours. Oh, actually, there might... Hang on, I'm gonna quickly warp back up there so I don't have to travel back up there, because I realized I think there's a spot I can get to by flying across that's gonna distract me from what I'm trying to do right now, as usual. Actually, I don't think I'll be able to reach that. Yeah, because that's not grappleable. I can just peek. Yeah. So that's not a thing to worry about yet. So that begs the question then. Will what I'm thinking about actually come to pass? It's kind of surprising that those things even take more than one hit at this point. Okay, they haven't managed to activate this terminal yet, so coming over here was too early. So here's the kicker to that whole situation. Now that I think about it. We didn't actually gain anything from that entire exchange. We didn't gain a new ability, we didn't gain a new tool, we just got information. We learned that they're stuck in the filter. Presumably the world on the that is the filter of this area. And despite what they were saying, the implication is that they are being held by some other force and used to further some end somewhere, somehow. Is the fact that they were in a detention center and then being moved kind of implies that they're in trouble. Just quickly scanning around to see if there's any breach points we can utilize while I'm over here. It's not looking like it so far. Not that surprising that there wouldn't be any here. So there's this. Aha! And what this does is it gets me the 1 point I needed to max out our infection level so I can hack into those other doors we saw in the previous area we were just in. And I can also, whoa, not make it to whatever that was. But we learned there is a doorway up there. There is something up there, which connects to this, but we'll worry about that later. The doors in question were... One of them was down here at the very least, so we'll go to the one I know for a fact is there, and then we'll go to the other one. Because the other one we know just has an item. Which, don't get me wrong, I want all the items I can get my greedy hands on. But one problem at a time. This may or may not lead somewhere important. Whoa. Don't like that. Don't like weird breach worm thing. I assume I fight it over here, probably. Or not. Goddamn mimic grass. Huh. It's just a dead-end room. Why is this room here? Why does this room exist? Well, we'll worry about that later. Ow. Just gonna tank my way through you. Health node fragment. Really? Is that really all that level 4 door was for? Other than also allowing me to move this breach point around and potentially do something with that information. If I move it, say, down here, where does that lead me? Nowhere. Good news, that led nowhere. Okay. That's upsetting. Ow. Tanking this thing is starting to get really bad. But it allows me to move the breach over here now. Dead end. I don't know what the range limit on moving these is, if there even is one. Aha! Okay, so there's just straight up no room in the breach to the right then. That area just doesn't exist. That's good information to have. Okay, good. I thought I got myself stuck there. Getting real tired of this mimic grass everywhere. Oh, we're dying. We're dying. Just pop one of my heals. Kill you this time. You know what? Heck with you. Oh, this is the other end of that tunnel that we were looking at before and trying to figure out how we got into. Okay. So that gives us access through here. Which at this point does not much matter because we have access to all the areas that this breach connects to now. So we couldn't use it as a shortcut. But we learned things. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, yeah, that's right. In the breach, I can't change form. I reflexively went to go to human form to climb that ledge, and I couldn't. This leads to another save point. Is there actually an area under here? There sure is. Which leads to another level 4 door. Okay, we're going places. Scary places full of really nasty spider robots that are pinkish instead of gray. Which means they're stronger. Well, hate it here. Just gonna pretend we don't see that. Wait, 2 of you? We saw the bull-headed guy before. There's nothing in here, though. You guys are pointless. I have no reason to fight you. Good day. So that taught us a couple things, most of which not especially helpful or important. Now, where was that other door? Xeno, no. I think the door was somewhere over here. Oh, well, this conveniently led me to the old Gishru, which is connects with melee attacks for additional damage. The best you'll get is Xeno, maybe. Oh. Not only can I bounce it with my axe, but it throws lightning when I swing. Neat. Where was that level 4 door? I feel like it was somewhere around here. Like, obviously, I know it's in this pink section over here somewhere. I just gotta figure out where it was. I thought I saw it on the map, but apparently I have my spots wrong. Because a lot of those doors are easy to spot on the map, but this particular one I'm just not seeing. Because I know it was on a wall leading to the left. And I want to say it was the lower part of a room. It might even be on this side. So I guess we'll follow this up and see if I am right in my memory or not. So it may even be in this clusterfuck somewhere. That can definitely be good fun. It just depends on what you're doing to mess with them, really, at that point. There it is. It wasn't quite the lower part of a room. It was more the middle, but... What's this ring do? Eye ring. Lets you see in the dark without the use of a flashlight. Well, that's helpful, but not necessary. Now this place is just the same as everywhere else, in terms of our vision. What did you end up installing to mess with somebody, though? Now I'm curious. Okay, this is just down here again. Oh god. That sure is a choice. But you will definitely surprise people with that one. We never did find that double axe that is relating to one of the rings we found. That still has me slightly confused. Fair. So we gained the ability to go through level 4 doors, but that's mechanically irrelevant in terms of progression. Because I'm still convinced that you can't use the hacking ability as far as the leveled hacks go to make game progress. Oh yeah, no, this covers a lot of territory. Honestly, we went through this area, and a good chunk of this area in like the first hour yesterday. Oh yeah, and the lake down here as well. And then it took a few hours to fully dig through everything over here. This area took a while because it also goes into this breach area over here. The thing is, it looks big, but you can cover the ground pretty quickly. And we can teleport to any of these, like, Grail Point looking things you have all over the place. Now, anyway. But we only gained that ability in the more recent time. We got a homing boomerang, but I can't think of anything that would do for me, because every button we would need to access with something like that has things in the way. The breach attractor, I think, does more for us than the other one. Specifically... No, that's useless. That's actually utterly useless. That would have been useful earlier, but at this point it is completely pointless. Because I was gonna say I can use it to pull this breach up out of the ground, but we've already been to that section of breach, so it's useless. And we haven't gained any new drone abilities that would let us access parts of the breach we couldn't get to before. So it would have to be things we can access over here in the regular world now. But we still haven't gained whatever ability lets us move the blocks that are in the way here, or go through grates. So there's gotta be something I haven't reached somewhere. But where? What am I forgetting? Like, I feel I have to be forgetting something at this point. Oh, and to add yet another layer to this map, there's also a handful of interior areas that have their own map, but you can't see that just looking at the two maps at the moment. We can try going and getting the item that's in here now. So far, so good. We've learned some concerning things involving a giant filter machine that may or may not be the filter through which a bunch of worlds function. And a bunch of people we know are apparently being... they're either being held or they're stuck on the other side of said filter. We have given somebody complete control over said filter, which was the suspicious part of that whole thing. It seems like a terrible idea, all things told. But yeah, that basically covers the main important thing you missed while you were gone. And I'm currently trying to figure out where the hell I'm supposed to be going right now. I mean, this world here long since went to hell. This is all fucked to begin with. We tried flying from here, I think, before, but just in case I'm forgetting, let's take a look at that. Just to do something while I'm pondering. I feel like this is too far for our little drone flight ability to really take us anywhere meaningful. No, we didn't try this because there is an item here. Not one we really need, nor does it significantly change our situation, but it helps. There's a room above there, but we can't get to there from here. That'd be involving going from here. Can I reach that? I can. Okay. And that'll then lead down to where we were looking before. Which is just containing another flask. Which is still useful. This at least is a medium one, so that got us 2 points. At the rate we're going, I think I'm just gonna save for the 6th point and just max out melee damage. And be done with that line. Basically, I'm just gonna start aiming for completing lines, and then we'll go from there. And when I'm in human form, I am primarily still using my melee. Though, we did get the new boomerang, so maybe I should consider doing something with that, but... eh. I have an idea. Sure. That breach location over there will do. You're definitely right that nothing in this world is guaranteed, but if I were ever to say something would be guaranteed, I would think you'd be right in thinking that would be. At the very least, you have 99.9% odds there. The 0.1% being the game crashes before you could step on something that'll kill you. Okay, the tile I'm on is a room we haven't accessed, so if I drop myself out of the breach, we're here now. There was a power cell hidden there. Now, admittedly, I don't know what the point to dropping myself over here was. There might not even have been anything really in the way of me getting here. But since I hadn't gone here, I just assumed there was something in the way and decided to teleport myself to make use of that feature. Ow. Oh, there's where this was the entire time. Right, we saw this forever ago. The sickle sword trades damage for speed. 35's nothing to sneeze at, though. Compared to... Hang on, I need to switch forms so we can see that inventory. Is you compare 43 with a 13 cooldown to 35 with a 10 cooldown, basically. Yeah, we'll play with that for a bit. The one downside is we don't have projectiles with this one because of the fact that we don't have the... We only have a ring that gives the bronze axe projectiles on charge attacks, but I'm not using charge attacks anyway. Particularly, so it doesn't much matter. But at least we went and got something. Now, this situation here. We still haven't figured out how we're meant to get into that room. Sometimes RNG just says die. We've all felt that at least once in our lives. Lord knows we've seen it happen here. Of course, there's still this weird thing flying here. Which makes me wonder if there's something I should be checking here, now that I think about it. Is that enemy appeared at some point. It wasn't always there. Now, can I move this breach far enough? Yeah, I can't pull it out of the room it's in. But if I warp here, does this keep me in the same room? It does, but a different part of the room. So that is still an idea. Just maybe not in this spot specifically, but it is an idea. Just for those wondering, I'm trying to get myself either into where this item, right where my cursor is, at the corner of these 4 blocks is, or get myself up here where the button involved with that item is. I'm not sure that this is the way... And there it is, yep. But yeah, I'm not sure that this is the way I'm supposed to get there, but this is the way I'm trying to get there. This is the only way I can think of within our current means to do so. And that's still blocked off. And I know the path above is also blocked. So I need to find another breach somewhere in this vague vicinity. Since there's none marked on the map, I can't help but feel that I'm potentially barking up the wrong tree with this idea. 'Cause there's an exit portal, but we knew about that exit portal already. What I'm doing right now, for those that don't know, is I'm scanning to see what the breach world in this section looks like, so I can kind of figure out where a breach would be. It'll mark it for me if I find one, of course. But if I can just kind of figure out the layout, I might be able to logic my way toward where one is. God damn it. Of course, the second I jumped, he fired and spiked me down into the gap. Which in the end doesn't matter, it's just inconvenient that he did that. Alright. Enough out of you. Join my side and go attack my enemies. Not that it matters, because I'm leaving that screen anyway. Because if there's a breach area, it's got to be somewhere between these three spaces. So it would logically have to be somewhere in this cluster here. But we just walked up and down all of that and scanned the vast majority of it. So that's why I'm kind of thinking I might be barking up the wrong tree. Maybe? It's a possibility. If we go up here and go across, we can get there. Going such a short distance, it didn't even load out, it just scrolled up. The only thing about scanning around like that so much is it does make it hard to path sometimes because you're seeing two different level layouts simultaneously. Which, as you might imagine, gets a little confusing at times. There's that breach up there, but we can't make use of that from here. I can't, like, pull it down to me or anything. For some reason, I was thinking there was a pedestal somewhere around here. I thought I remembered seeing one. Which there is still a pedestal at large somewhere that I think I haven't ended up interacting with. There's also that up there. Does this just cross the gap? It does, okay. I think if I were to try to cross this position here, I would be better off falling from up here and flying to the right. But we can try. Actually, wait. I can do this as well. Yeah, so the screen edge is pretty far away. I'm not convinced this will work, but... nah, it's working. Not gonna see anything, because that's pretty much what I figured I was gonna find, but... figured I'd at least get map completion there. So I'm starting to wonder if there's going to be a case where I gain the ability to enter the breach anywhere I want as well or something, which would kind of make the breach attractor pointless though, so I'm not sure that's a mechanic that'll happen. But it still leaves me wondering how I get into this section here, because each one of these is blocked off by a barrier, I'm pretty sure. Unless I'm remembering wrong and there's not actually a barrier there. Which is always a distinct possibility. Like, I know there's a barrier there because I can see it. I know there's barriers on both of these, and I know there's a barrier there. But maybe my memory's lying to me about there being a barrier there, and it's just that middle finger of rock there that was stopping me before? At which point it would still be an issue? But at the same time, I'm already trying other stupid things. Like, I kind of feel like I'm stuck for reasons that are my own fault, and I don't know what the answer to that is. Wait. Wait a minute. I might have discovered another spot I didn't go to, so hang on. Because I think I saw that portal. Yeah, this is another portal that was inside a wall. So if we pull this one out, we can access a room we hadn't been to in here. I don't know if this will do anything relevant, but it'll help. Or not, because there's no room there? Then why is there a breach here? Unless maybe that's just a wall in that room? Well, time to play the tow the breach around until I find a place it can be used game. So this is a large room. You know what? I've got a dumb idea. I've got a very dumb idea, but it'll work. Don't mind me just towing a breach halfway across the map. Yeah, because this used to only be an exit portal, but we can use it as an entrance portal. And it gets us up here. I think there might have been a hidden portal I could use there to begin with. But, you know, I did things how I do them, the wrong, weird way, probably. And that gets rid of that barrier, so there we go. That's still a dead end. Wait. There's an exit portal there. But why? Huh. Slightly confused by that one, but maybe it'll make sense at some point. Let's quickly go ahead and open this one. This way we have a variety of ways to get back here at need. Which, if I had done that bit yesterday, I probably would have remembered that because I remembered seeing that. Glacier Breach. With a goddamn super spider in it. Well, I hated everything about that. But we can't go this way yet. Oh great, more super spider. Die. Just go ahead and quickly grab this. I really thought that that was like a sand thing that was gonna block me from getting there or kill me. Not a fan of these red giant jumpy spiders on many levels. Okay, so that opens that up now too. So we have a means to get into this central bit from all three angles now. And this is where that exit portal we saw was. Okay. I still don't know what the point of this exit portal is. It just spits us out where I was looking for a portal, ironically enough. Which, duh, this was the exit portal we were looking at before. I'd literally looked at this already. So here's the upsetting thing, though. We gained absolutely nothing from that. Absolutely nothing happened from us doing that. God damn it. All we did was get map completion throughout a bit here. But we did learn a couple things. Specifically, there's this little pocket here, which lines up with this spot. I'm pretty sure we looked at that spot already, but just in case... Wait. What did that say? Hold up. Oh, god damn it. There's an enter spot there, but I'm gonna die before I can interact with it. Hey, ABC, it's been a little bit. How you been? Having a little bit of a moment here. You're fine. There's no such thing as late, as long as you show up if you want to. Okay, that was just to get another bit of a health extension. Nothing too exciting. I'm pretty sure I saw that before and I just didn't act on it. Okay, now we're in the room that lines up with that. I'm willing to bet there's nothing here, but just double checking. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing that connects to that room, because this is the entire pocket room we're looking at on the map there. This isn't very old. This is only like 4 or so years ago, I think, at this point. It was on Epic for a few years, and then it got released on Steam last year or the year before at this point. Something like that. It just may stylistically look old. In fact, now I'm questioning it. Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, there we go. So it was on Epic for a year, and then it made it to Steam as usual then. And then I picked it up late last month when Humble had the Metroidvania bundle running. So that solves multiple problems for us, but not at the same time. Because everything we gained access to is around this area, but not in this area. So that solved none of what I was trying to accomplish. And tells me that if there is going to be a breach area that leads to that room, it's gonna have to be connected to this. Which implies that it'll be somewhere on this line. Or connected to this doorway here. Which, I don't actually know why I didn't go through that doorway. I don't remember there being a barrier there, but I also don't even remember looking at that doorway. So let's quickly hop over there and see if we can solve that mystery. God damn it. Timing. Always the timing. In we go again. Now that we're in, yeah, this is the closest one to where we would want to be going anyway, so. I just need to find my pathing. We were in this area not long ago, but it's already left my memory. If you thought it looked old before, get a load of how it looks now. And yeah, I think I just didn't go this way. Yeah. Okay, so we might have something here. Because there's so much ground to cover. Yep, we sure do have something here. A dead end. That's what we have. That does at least resolve the question mark, though, of is there something over here? Okay. What that means is we're gonna go down here. And we're gonna toy around with the idea of getting into this upper corner here. So from the look of this room, it feels like that upper corner might just be unachievable. Yeah, there's nothing there. Because it may look like there's a room to the right here, but it's because of the graphic for the save point. Okay, so that rules out anything there. And at most, we might find an item if we drag this portal out of its spot. Wait. Or maybe we'll find something more. Hang on. We're doing the trick again. We're doing the thing I just did a minute or two ago again. Drax portal towing service going into play again. This is the room I want to be in, so we'll drop out of the breach here. It'll be easier to get what I want to do done by doing so. Because what we do is we grab the breach attractor, and we just start pulling this along with us. Just take a portal through space and time along with us on a nice little trip. Yes, yes, you're gonna grab me and annoy me. Now, if we just bring it over here, this lines up with an empty space. Does this actually lead somewhere? No. Okay. How about if I bring it over here? Nope. There's a real chance that this isn't gonna lead anywhere. But I'm game to try. Okay, there is no rooms in this bit of the breach here, as far as I can tell then. And using the portal to access any other parts over here wouldn't really change anything, because we've already been in that room. Would there be any reason to access the lower part of this room? I can't really think of a reason why I'd want to access that. There's probably just like an apocalypse flask or something in there. Which is still a hell of a name, by the way. I mean, that's a potential stupid answer. What if I just pull that breach over there? Is there something here? Doubtful. Possible. Doubtful. Or... no, because that's... oh, actually, yeah, because I wouldn't be able to... no, this is one room, so I could pull the breach to the right here, and it might be somewhere. I couldn't... oh, no, that does count as one room, doesn't it? So that might work. I could pull the breach upward. And see if there's a means of doing something further up in this room, since this is a connected room. So we know that room exists. I just wouldn't be able to tow the breach very high. But it's better than nothing. This does very much make me feel like I'm not going to be able to finish this game today because we're having such a hard time making forward progress even though we're still finding more things and more paths. I feel like I'm consistently barking up the wrong tree right now. Which isn't a problem per se, but it is not helpful. Oh right, this is a hidden breach though. I don't know if I can move those. Oh, it did move, it's just up there. Or when it got revealed. Okay, that's fine. Just need to do this right and then I can get back up. For some reason, the grapple doesn't want to shoot diagonally right now, because it wants to piss me off. See, I'm reasonably confident I'm just overlooking something stupid is the problem. Hang on. I'm just gonna warp out of there, because it's gonna be a whole pain in the ass getting back out of that hole. Because you're supposed to use that breach to travel out of that hole. And since I moved the breach, it wasn't gonna work anymore. But it's a short trip back over there. Oh, okay, the breach is still here, too. So there's probably an item up here, and that's going to be about the extent of what we're going to accomplish by moving the breach around up here. God damn it. I'm trying to get it to let go. But I need to be touching the ground to use the breach anyway, so this is actually not a viable plan anyway. Well, it was worth a try. Just trying to think, what am I overlooking? Let's think. The things we've gained the ability to do most recently. We gained the remote-controlled boomerang. We gained the breach attractor. That's about it, really. As far as utility items we've gained most recently. Because this is just a weapon. This doesn't really apply to anything we need to worry about. So... We've been toying around with the breach attractor a fair bit already, and I'm running out of ideas for how to use that. So I don't think what we need to do is use the breach attractor unless it's like down here somewhere. Well, maybe? Nah, I don't think so. There's also the possibility that there's something up here I'm supposed to have done and I just didn't do that. There's also a very big empty space in the breach here. Like, I know we looked into that before, but I'm gonna look again because it's bothering me. And we found a way into all of the other empty spaces in the breach, so... This is presumably what I'm supposed to be doing right now. Actually, no, the smarter play right now, though, would be to go here so I can use the breach portal that's down there. Really, what I should have done was just use whatever breach portal was nearby. And then I can teleport to that save point that's within the breach that I'm wanting to use. Of course, you know, I chose this room, because this room is wonderful. I Ironically enough, this is one of the save points I was thinking about warping to, but we can't actually leave this room. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try going up from here in the hopes that this leads to something. We almost couldn't fly up out of there. That would have been a problem. Because I feel like I just didn't go the other way in this room. No, there is a barrier here, so that's why that didn't happen. Okay, so that's actually a reasonable problem. I think there was a grate over here, right? It was preventing us from going anywhere. It's like, I almost feel like the breaches are our way to bypass the grates. Which, there's a reality in which there's a breach room up here, too. Like, I'm definitely just, like, grasping at straws and chasing shadows right now. Without question. But that's kind of what this is all about at this point. This is a spot we haven't been to, though. So we can quickly drop out of the breach here and see if there's something here. That's about what I figured was gonna happen. Just dropped straight into open air. That's a room we've been to already. All that did was lead to a turret that I hadn't really dealt with previously, but it's just a turret. You see, 90% of this game's been very straightforward. We've only had 2 points so far where I've gotten stuck, and both times it's because I overlooked something near where I was supposed to be going that just didn't fire in my brain when I looked at it. What's bothering me is the fact that the Ansible we were told to go to wasn't active. Like, I feel like that's kind of the issue at play a little bit as well, is you're given information, but half the time you can't act on that information until something else happens and you don't know what that something else is. Which isn't entirely a bad thing or a problem, but it can lead to confusing situations like this where you feel a little bit misled by the game. Yeah, there was a grate here, that was the issue. That's what I thought. So our next protocol will be up here. Ironically enough, the easy path to get there would actually be to warp over here, go into the breach, and warp to a nearby save point over there, drop out of the breach, move the breach portal, and teleport. I know that sounds convoluted and stupid, but that's exactly where I'm at right now. And this is all just to avoid walking further than I have to. Because what this will do is it'll drop me over here. Like, I'm definitely doing a whole reach around my ass to get to my elbow just to avoid walking like 10 screens. Yeah, there's a breach right on the other side of that grate, for example. So this room is designed for you to use the breach attractor in. But I'm assuming that I was meant to use it where we did use it, which is, I believe, what led to us getting into here previously. Or did I not use the attractor in this room? I don't remember. Is there's this weird ledge over here by itself. But there's nothing Really, there's nothing here. Huh. Yeah, that is just wall there, huh? Well. Better with that plan, huh? There's blocks in the way here, so we can't go that way. There's a grate here, so we can't go this way. I mean, I may as well go look. I know we've went and looked at that spot a couple times and we've been stymied every time, but I keep forgetting why. And I know it's probably frustrating to some people watching me go back to the same spots repeatedly. But I genuinely don't remember why that spot is unreachable. This is why you take notes. Something I keep forgetting to do. Yeah, it's another grading is the issue here. That's kind of what I figured, because a lot of the things in this area were blocked by grates. Which is why I feel like I'm supposed to have another ability. Like, I feel like I was supposed to have gotten an ability to pass those grates. Oh wait, there's this, though. There's this that I forgot about. Hello. This is probably not progress, considering it involves a level 3 door. But it might lead to something. Well, it would have to lead to something, considering there's a room here, but... what it leads to is the question mark. Well, I don't like the fact that it leads to you. Is there anything in here with you? No, it's just you. Well, that's upsetting. Got excited for nothing there. Okay. There's a possibility of something up there. But I feel like we tried to fly there before and we didn't make it, though, didn't we? I think we tried that very recently. So I think this was when I was up here earlier today, scanning around. Because I don't think the top of that building is solid, is it? Nope, none of that is solid, only this is. And that's not high enough to get there. There's that up there, but there's no way we're reaching that from here. Like, I'm genuinely down to just poking random places again. And I feel stupid because of it, but I just am not... There's a 2 and 2 that I'm supposed to have put together, and I haven't figured it out. There's still these as well that we've never done anything with, and to my knowledge still can't. How much? Can't actually look at map completion on any of these screens. Technically, yes. I have rebooted the body multiple times by virtue of it being disassembled when I teleport. So it's funny you mention it right then and there, because I was debating actually going back to the main menu for a moment to see what kind of map completion we had right now. Let me do a thing. Yes, yes, you're a big ugly thing. Save the game. I want to go that way. This should lead me to an answer about one of these rooms. Whether there's anything I can do with it or not. Nope, it's another grate. That's what I was figuring, because this whole damn area is nothing but grates everywhere. Yeah, I didn't figure there was anything up there either, but at least that's cleaned up now too. Like, most of the time when I've missed something in this game, it's been something in the breach. But at this point, we've covered so much of that area that I feel like that's not true anymore. At least not true in this situation. Because the thing is, we're so close, yet again. We are like a foot away from where we're supposed to be. But I'm defied at all angles as to getting to it. When we had this issue last, it was because I hadn't gone into the right part of the breach over here, and that's where we gained flight, which then got us past this jump here, which got us into the mess we're in now. Hence why my current assumption is I've overlooked or didn't do something somewhere. Something there, maybe? Or there? It's like there's a section of room here we didn't do anything with. I doubt it's a progress item there, but again, grasping at straws in every direction right now. And if I sound frustrated with it, I'm not really yet. Because I haven't run out of ideas yet. The moment I completely run out of options and ideas and directions is when I'm going to start becoming upset. Do you have anything new to say? Nope, you just are still talking about Cliff Town. Because part of what I enjoy about this type of game is figuring these parts out. But there's a mixed bag to that. Because I enjoy figuring it out, but I enjoy figuring it out more when it's just intuitive enough that it's pieces you put together rather than the kind of poking all over the place that I'm doing right now. Because there wasn't even like an implication of the ability we needed being in the water area or anything, but the latest one we did. Oh, I found a level 2 door. Like, maybe there is information in one of these notes that told me what I needed to know, but I'm not understanding it. It seems that regardless of every gift the Lamassu bestows, the Udog counter with stronger attacks and improved strategies. We have long wondered at their witchcraft. At last we are starting to understand how we might harness it ourselves. Manipulating the invisible lattice, which is the center of the Udog's power, requires a mental faculty beyond the simple computing machines we have been using, and the Lamassu is not forthcoming with solutions. It seems conflicted, reluctant to help us violate the edicts of gods long dead, yet eager for us to outwit it and perform such violations anyway. The compromise we've arrived at is a terrifying one, but if it does not succeed, it may be the end of us. Arad Lugal. Have you considered the fact that the Lamassu is just pitting the two of you against each other for its own ends, and it may in fact be feeding both sides? Ooh, there's a weapon up there. I think that's the double axe we've been looking for. Yep, that definitely looks like a double axe. Two-handed axe that is slow but powerful. So that at least takes care of another missing item. One of which we could have gotten a while ago. But it was certainly made easier by flight. Because we had level 2 hacking for a good long while. There's a bunch going on over here, actually. In multiple ways we could have accessed this place. Yes, yes, I'm getting electrified. Oh no. It doesn't even hurt. It just keeps you in place for other things to hurt you. Okay. Usually that eye pedestal meant that there was a breach somewhere nearby that we could activate by using the eye. Got 2 arrows going up, 2 arrows going down. What does that mean? Like, aside from the obvious answer of there's 2 arrows going up and 2 arrows going down. Correction, there's 4 going up, 4 going down. And it's a huge room in the breach here, too. What the fuck does it mean? I don't understand. The thing is, other than those arrows, this is just a giant empty room. So I feel like the arrows are supposed to be telling me something, but I don't know what. Like, obviously, the implication is something's going down and something's going up. But what does that mean in any context that's useful? You got me. I got nothing for that one. It's just something that I'm probably going to want to keep in the back of my brain somewhere for future reference. As to what the end purpose of it is, I don't know. I'm obviously meant to know this because there's the eye symbol here. So we're being told to look for it here. So things go up on the left and down on the right. Just gonna, like, note that in the back of my brain somewhere. For some puzzle somewhere, something goes up on the left and down on the right. Not a lot. I've been doing a lot of running around, went into this area, found a giant enemy, found an axe hidden behind said giant enemy that I didn't even fight because I just didn't bother. And still haven't accomplished much of anything because I'm still running around checking all of the areas I've been to that I missed bits of and hoping something happens. And there's this upper corner here too, but I feel like that's not really a thing, but I may as well go look. Like, if I ever reach the true desperation point with figuring out what I'm supposed to do, it'll be easy enough to look up. I'm just trying to avoid that still. Because that kind of makes the point of games like this irrelevant. And this doesn't feel like it's been so needlessly obtuse that I need guidance to figure it out. Like, it's all been very straightforward within what the genre does. Never did check here, did I? Okay, there's more arrows. Is it trying to direct me to something? Hold up. I might be onto something here. Is it like a map to something? But that doesn't line up, though. Because there's arrows pointing to the side and down over here, but the arrows over here were pointing up and down. Like, if it was, like, move this many map tiles in insert directions, then the up-down doesn't make sense. Because all that would do is send you up and then back down to the same spot you were in. So if these are on the same connected logic, then that logic doesn't work. Just gonna pocket that one in my brain too for now, because I don't know what to do with that. I should have remembered to put a reminder spot at the other one, but I'll be able to figure it out. And I know we've seen at least one more of those eye pedestals somewhere. Where that was, though, at this point, I don't know. I need to go down in the water to see if I can get up into that corner. The answer is probably, like I said before, right in front of my eyes somewhere. I just haven't spotted it. Oh yeah, it's this jerk's area. That's why we never went up fully into the corner. Because we were having enough trouble just getting through here at the time. Which means this probably is going to be another case of this is a lot of nothing. Yes, yes. The Grand Inconvenience Robot travels through once again. Yeah, there's a healing point up here, that's it. So this isn't... Oh. Okay, so you can drop blocks on him to try to kill him, too. But you'll note that doesn't get us into that top corner of the room. Part of this corner still eludes us. And it's probably because of the little chunk of stone that fell. Yep, this is the bit of map that you needed to touch to get that to trigger. And switch this to spawning health. Overclock it so it spawns health a little faster. Hey, big guy, can I hack you? Disable, deactivate, power off target. What happens if I do that? I assume it means he stops spraying steam from those spots, probably. But that makes irrelevant my plan to move around over here, because there's nothing here. We only went in like a line here, so maybe there's something in there that I didn't do. Oh yeah, this is where I fought myself. Which, that's still a loose end that hasn't been solved either. Is we haven't found where Amish Llama ran off to, which is presumably over here. Ran off with our body. The thing is, the only dialogue we really had to work with, for those that might have forgotten, is our character said she wanted to be alone. We've been alone for a while now. And really, the only one we've had to talk to other than Hammond has been Lamashu. And Lamashu's not really been the most forthcoming or helpful. Particularly. So I don't think we'd really want to talk to him. It. Whatever you want to refer to some kind of robot deity thing as. This doesn't lead back to where I'm trying to get to. You know, actually, I think I know an easier way to get there. And that's gonna be just go into the breach, use the fast travel to get to the save point over there, drop out of the breach, and then walk around that room, only to find out that it's probably completely pointless, like most of these have been. But I've got to chase every option I have, because the moment I leave something on the table is when we've missed what I need to do. Almost certainly. That's what's been getting us in trouble this whole time, is when I just kind of skip past things. There's a lot of games of this type you can kind of just rush through them, but those are the more straightforward ones. This one's asking more of me, so I really should have been being more careful and attentive from the word go. Which is why we've had periods of time where I've been flying along and then periods of time where I'm stuck like this. Because I've just kind of been zooming, and eventually zooming stops working. You can't hide very well in a small hallway. Invisibility only works if you can move away from your attacker. Uh-huh. We might be onto something here. Yeah, onto the path to a power cell. Hooray. But it does show me that there is something up there, too, which is probably connected to this room. And at least that takes care of the question marks here. Though, there is pulling the thing over there to see if it does anything. Though when we looked, I didn't... No, there's nothing here. This is all dead zone. As you can tell, because all that pink is wall. Because if you look over here, you'll notice there's an opening there. And everything around it is pink. So that rules that out. Like, my gut is telling me that it's a stupid thing involving the remote boomerang. That I just, like, didn't hit a button somewhere. Or with the boomerang that I was supposed to have hit. But I couldn't for the life of me find a button. What I should do, now that I'm sitting here thinking a little more, instead of just chasing every shadow, we have better vision now. Let's use our better vision See if there's a button somewhere. And kind of like chase that idea. There's also this. Uh-huh. Remember when I kept saying I was suspicious of the fact that there was no breach portals around here? It's because there was, and I just didn't find it. Because I forgot about this glitchy spot on the wall here. Right church, wrong pew again, but it's fine. We're getting to the solution. I'm just happy that I got to the solution on my own. Even if it took a while, I got there using just my own capacity. And that may not be a satisfaction for everybody, but it satisfies me when I can manage to bring myself back when I go down the wrong path. Even if at the same time I feel bad that it took this long for me to find that. Because we definitely looked at that before, I remember that. We definitely looked right at it, but I was busy chasing after other things, so I didn't follow that thread. Which is exactly what I was saying almost certainly had happened. But I am noticing a concerning lack of this actually moving us forward. So this may still not actually be the answer, but it solves one mystery we had. Yeah, because there's a barrier here, which leads to another nano lattice, which is great and all, but doesn't solve our problems. So actually, this wasn't necessary. This wasn't the solution. Okay. Great. But that does still leave open the question of, does that mean there are other ones like that that I missed either because of the lighting or because I wasn't looking for them in this zone? Now that we have better vision, it's still probably in our best interest to follow up this area more. I say as I'm dying a miserable death. Thing is, I should remember I can do that. Because that lightning is really nice. So there's still this weird corner over here, too, that is suspicious. This is non-breach. Okay, nothing here. Nothing here. Oh, we have a lot of health in human form. Because now that we got light, though... God damn it. There's something up here we didn't notice. No. There's not even a button connected to this door. But the solution does appear to be get to it through the breach, considering there's a breach room there. So I'm chasing the correct idea from the wrong angles still, it seems. Like I'm like riding right on the edge of the correct answer still, I think. We've already established that there's nothing breach related in this room. Something's bugging me now. Are these pipes aesthetic or are they mechanics? Because they're similar enough to the pipes that were used to manipulate buttons. The thing is, you'll notice a bunch of these sections have the same pipe layout to them. So I think they're just there for show and they're fucking with me. Especially since they're so perfectly symmetrical. I mean, I see this now. I didn't see that before. Getting to that's not really a thing I can do at the moment. It's not well. This is a rounded corner, so getting to that is not really a thing. I am still quite stymied. This is where that block was that we can't do anything with. Which this still fucks with me too. This implies that we have two whole other abilities we don't currently have. Which checks out because we're missing 5 upgrades, it looks like, if this ends up in just 2 even lines. One of which we know exists because we saw another nano lattice. So we're only really missing 4 things, one of which is probably the thing we saw between those 2 barricades that we couldn't get to as well. But I don't know if that's an upgrade or something else, is the only question mark on that one. Like, that leads to a complete uncertainty as to what to do with that situation as a whole. Before anybody asks, no, I'm not actually looking for the answer, I'm just checking messages to make sure I'm not missing something. Because I had a pile of notifications over on one side that I needed to clear out. Clear all this up so it stops sitting there in the corner of my vision, driving me batty. Okay, that's caught up enough now. Because we're missing only one major item as well, which may very well just be another power matrix. Considering it'd be kind of weird to have these 3 power matrices and then a completely different item be here. We're missing a bunch of equipment, considering we have one button that's not even being used. Like, even in human form, unless they expect me to be using multiple melee weapons, which is possible. That is a possibility. But I feel like that's not correct. I feel like there's another mechanic equipment item that I'm missing. And it would probably be what allows me to move those blocks out of my way if I were to hazard a guess. That's all like pure conjecture and logic guesswork. That's not anything I have to actually go by. And this was another thing that was causing a red flag in my head, by the way. The fact that Ameshlama gave us no abilities. Whereas all of the other arms gave us some ability when we found them. She gave us nothing. She just was riding along in our head. Just to follow up an idea I was partially talking about before, and it finally finished firing in my head in a way that I could actually explain it. Was already verified. How the hell? The compass is telling me to go back up. Which, admittedly, I've been ignoring the compass, which is probably a mistake. But the problem with the compass is, as we established yesterday, it doesn't point you to the way to get to something. It just tells you there's something in that direction. Which is fundamentally helpful, but not at the same time. Because it tells you, like, okay, if you go that way, something good will happen, because there's something over there. In this case, it's telling me to go to a place I can't get to, I think. But I'm gonna follow it for a second. Just in case. It's also telling me something interesting, actually. It's telling me there's a breach that way as well. Unless it's talking about this one. It may be telling me about one that I haven't touched. Yeah, and I think it might actually be one above me where I can't get to. No, wait. It's acting like it's like all around me here, which is bizarre. Did I ever check for a breach in this room? Well, even if I didn't, I did now and there's nothing there. Unless maybe the compass is getting confused because there's multiple breaches within a certain range of each other? Because there are a few pretty close together there. That again, in the end, accomplishes nothing. I kind of wish that it kept notes on some of the things we talked to characters about. Like if I could scroll back through dialogue or something, because I feel like I'm forgetting something from a conversation at this point. Because I know Lamashu told us about where one of the... I'm just gonna start calling them super suits at this point because I'm blanking on the exact name for it, but it's the suits that the arms can use to be their own wielders. He told us about where one of those was, and I think that's what that marker we have up there is. Since they said they sealed them away, it being in the glacier would make sense. Like they would seal them in ice. Or alternatively, they had said... somebody else had said that a bunch of them were sealed up in another world. So that marker may be where the portal to that world is. I don't think that marker is where that portal is, though, because he said that he was only going to tell us where one of them was. Whereas it sounded like the other world was where most of them were. So telling us how to get to that world would then give us access to all of them, theoretically. And that doesn't seem like something he would have wanted to do. Something tells me there isn't a portal or anything down here. Just because of the way the empty space there's laid out, but something about this area down here is bugging me. Because I feel like there was nothing there. And this game hasn't been that big on completely empty spaces. For no purpose. Actually, wait, no. Isn't this where we got the breach attractor? Oh no, this was where we got the remote boomerang. But it's the big area to the side of here that I'm more staring at. But it's not looking like there's a breach area here. By the same token, I suppose it kinda can't hurt to check. Son of a bitch. You need to stop. You, sir, you cut the shit. He was slowly killing me because I was ignoring him. Is that a minimum? What I can do is use the breach to get back down in here. But I am questioning more and more what the point to doing that would be. Also, I can just go here to get down there anyway. And now if I breach a tractor, bring that breach over here, does this accomplish anything? Nope. Accomplishes absolutely nothing, as expected, because there's not breach here to go through. Like, we're once again in silly idea territory. Just grasping straws and hoping for solutions to come from them. Like, I'm reaching the point where I'm starting to assume this has to be something unintuitive. Because I feel like I've run out of intuitive options to try. Just bear with me a second, I'm actually trying to find out what the hell I screwed up here now. I don't want to do this, but at this point, I'm running out of ideas. So, I'm just checking a walkthrough at the point where we are to see what I'm supposed to be doing right this moment. Right. I have all of those things, did all of those things, yeah. Got that. Interesting that this walkthrough did some of this in a different order than I did. Okay, there's just a bit of pathing apparently I fucked up. Though I'm not entirely sure I understand what they're saying? Let me just quickly follow their train of thought here. Because right after they got out of the filter, they were able to go to the part that I couldn't get to. And that's the thing I'm trying to figure out how they got there for. So just bear with me a second on this one while I figure out how they did this. Kinda wish they'd show me their map a bit more, so I have an idea where the hell these rooms are. Like, I can tell what room that is, but I don't know how they got in there. Okay, so I gotta go back where I got the boomerang upgrade, is what I'm gathering from what I'm seeing here. Apparently there's something I didn't open, perhaps? Because of following a train of thought instead of... observing everything? Because they said something about a platform below me being locked. Because I'm assuming by the Gishru upgrade they mean... Wish I could look at inventory without swapping this thing, which we grabbed right here. They're saying something about using a terminal on the left. I have no idea what the hell terminal they're talking about. Large vertical room where you got the Gishru upgrade. Kill the enemy immediately. And then you'll see the platform below you is closed. Where in here is there a platform that's closed? This is what I'm confused by. I feel like what they're talking about doesn't line up. Like, I feel like they're referring to the area above me, which is what doesn't make sense. Oh! I see where I went wrong now. And I looked at this multiple times, and I don't know why I wasn't suspicious of this. God damn it, brain. It really is just a bit of pathing I didn't pay attention to. And it's gonna make perfect sense here in a second. I'm gonna be mad about it. If we come back in here, you'll notice that door's open. I don't know when, how, or why this door opened. But I don't think it was open when we looked at it the first time. What we're supposed to do is climb up here, though. That's the entire thing I missed. That's what caused this hour-plus run around all over the goddamn place mess that we've been in. Is just not climbing this set of bricks here and going this way. I knew it had to be something that I overlooked. I just could not for the life of me goddamn figure out what. I just assumed that that was a dead end because it was just part of a big room. That was just all me being stupid. If you're wondering why I'm not attacking sometimes, by the way, those spheres apparently stop me attacking. So that's upsetting. So that was a big waste of everybody's time, including mine, but at least we're getting somewhere now. And this is the platform below they were talking about. So, God, that walkthrough could have been written better. And the fact that, according to the discussions I saw, that's the best guide there is out there, that's upsetting. Is that... The way they wrote it isn't terrible, but the way the screenshots are interspersed in it, if you're trying to skim through it, leads to a lot of confusion. We must flee, wielders. If you have not done so, hide your arms. Those few that can, cross the storms. It is said that the pattern minds derive their power directly from Anasur. Our only hope now is that we can survive long enough to regroup another day. Magish Estel... Wielder. I still don't know how to pronounce that fucking name because it's just a clusterfuck of letters. Yeah, all of that, and we literally just can walk into the place I was trying to find a way into. Sometimes I make the worst decisions. But I'm quickly gonna run over here because I think this opens up the... Yeah, this will open the path up, I think. Yeah, there wasn't an ability tied to these. It was literally just a button moves those blocks. God damn it, game. I went on a whole harebrained chase for nothing. Which, part of that harebrained chase is my own fault. Thinking that that's a concept that existed. But, Wielder, it is I, the Lama Shu. I haven't located Amashlama yet. Nevertheless, I am forced to trust you. In the chamber to the right is the lost Siuna. It is the only one of its kind not locked away upstream. If you can find a way inside, it will help you defeat Amashlama. Thanks, that's incredibly helpful information. Which presumably this breach will lead us inside there, but first, what's around me here? Like, I'm gonna have to look back and see if the the door was open when I left there and I just didn't notice it, or if it was opening as I left and I didn't look at it after it was already, you know, I glanced at it, it was closed and it was opening or something. Dr. Gloria is at it again. March 12th, 2066. Dr. Gloria is under fire again for a recent interview with Indra Chaudhary that critics are calling exploitative and sensationalist. After leading with relatively innocuous questions regarding her interest in Shakespeare, Dr. Gloria seemed to goad Chaudhary into making erratic statements about her daughter, Samara. We're estranged. We haven't spoken in several years, and that's all I'm going to say. She was shown on camera refusing medication offered by a mental health professional. Chaudhary, for her part, is responding with typical flair, filing a $500 million defamation lawsuit against parent company Buttress Media, Inc. Now, this is in 2066. The only other date I feel like we were given relating to when we came here was 2053, so how is this happening after we went here? But I presume we go through that breach portal here now. Because I only looked at the very point after they left the filter to try to figure out where the pathing went wrong, and that was the right place to look, considering that did solve the mystery. And it thankfully didn't spoil anything for myself, other than that bit of pathing, which I should have figured out anyway. Well, I say it didn't spoil anything for me. There is something I saw in there that made me suspicious of those eye spots that I marked down. I think I might know what they're for now. And it's not from anything I saw directly, but they mentioned something akin to that that made me think that maybe there's more than one thing that uses the same mechanic. Is they had said something to the tune of you need to input a certain set of buttons somewhere pertaining to something else, and it clicked something in my brain. Specifically, the set of arrows we were looking at, what's stopping those being a set of directional inputs? It actually makes perfect sense. That's why there's like 4 up arrows, 4 down in that one room. You just press up 4 times, down 4 times, and then maybe something happens. Which I should have thought of that because I've played other games that have used that trick before. It really should have been on my radar, but I think I was too focused on everything else we were working on at the time for that, so at least that might potentially be another mystery solved. I'm a little annoyed that that little bit of pathing is the one thing I had to look up in this entire game. But by the same token, I suppose I should be happy that's all I've had to look up, too. You know, it's one of those, it's a bit of either or on that one. Okay, so now this path's open. This path is kind of useless to us. And I think that's kind of been part of the thing with this game, is there's a lot of... How do I explain? There's been a bunch of extraneous paths, especially here in the breach. And I say they're extraneous because I think the only person that would use a lot of these connecting paths would be somebody who's refusing to use the fast travel mechanic or didn't figure out that you can fast travel in the breach. Which, since nothing tells you, I don't think that you can fast travel in the breach. That's probably why those exist. Okay, those statues do shoot at me. I was wondering why that noise happened. Well, just gonna I started off avoiding the large enemies in this game, and I'm kind of just seeing how long the game will let me get away with that at this point. It's transitioned from funny to how much am I able to get away with? Because it seems like there's always a way around each of those large enemies, like they never are necessary to fight. Which is a fascinating concept. You don't see the ability to avoid what would presumably be boss fights very often. Yep, somebody died here. Goodbye. Whoever finds this, if this is the end, then it's time I pass on what I know. It all started with Dr. Eschenbrenner, who first discovered the breach and was traveling into alternate realities before Hammond Corp was even formed. His greatest fear was that the technologies of the world stream would prove too dangerous and destructive for Earth, and he implored me to keep it secret until he could discover exactly what had happened at the root. Though I doubted him at first, the more I learned, the more inclined I was to agree. The Apocalypse Arms alone could be catastrophic to our world. It has now been decades since he left Earth. I had mounted this latest expedition to try and follow, but since I'm not a pattern mind, the hurdles are great. For what it's worth, my next step was to find a device called a scry, possibly somewhere in the filter? This is taken with a piece of his DNA, would be able to find his exact location. Clearly, there's something gravely amiss here. The barriers between worlds slowly degenerating, and no apparent attempts being made to correct course, so we must do something. EH. 11/13/2053. So that's Hammond. Yes, if you see Warren, tell him it's not his fault. When the drones attacked, I thought I'd be clever and hide in the ruins, but the entrance closed off. I suspect the Lamassu bears the responsibility for that. Wait. If I'm right and this is Hammond, based on EH, and the fact that they were in contact with, I think that might be Trace? As Trace was known as a pattern mind, I think, in the first game. And he would be one of the earlier ones traveling. And he definitely would be somebody who would be advising people not to toy with this. Is the experiences he had in the first game. But I don't remember his last name ever being mentioned, so maybe I'm chasing a wrong string here. But if this is Hammond and Hammond's already dead, then who the hell were we talking to in the filter? Unless Hammond also was brought back to life. Which is entirely possible. And considering the way they were talking, that is certainly a possibility. Yep, there it is. Hammond. But if... that still begs questions, though. If Hammond's body is here... what brought Hammond back to life, if anything? This room also seems to be a dead end. Because there's the portal we used to get here. Did I fuck up by going in here? Is this... feels like a spot where there should be a breach portal. Oh, wait. Okay, there's a breach portal I can bring to me. Guess we'll just use that then, eh? This brings me to a bit of the breach that we haven't been to as well, so it's a win-win on that score. Really thought I had gotten myself stuck again there, which every time I've thought we were stuck, we haven't been. So, credit to the game for that, for preventing people from like me from getting stuck by doing stupid things. Well then. All this did though was lead me back into here, which, this drops me off where I was trying to go though. Turns out Amish Llama got here first. At long last, I can free us from our primordial bonds. Now to find the portal to Anasur. Well, that's problematic. It's almost like this was predicted from the word go. Can I have my body back now? Wait. if you... Wait. Time out. Time out. That's our body. The one that was controlling our body left it. Who's talking to us? Is me talking to me? Wouldn't be the first time, but it's still very weird to have it happening externally like this. You have to stop her. I saw inside her mind. If she destroys Anasur, it all ends. I'll never see Samara. Thud. She's not breathing. It seems like she was back to being Indra again. Now she's dead? So what does that make me? And that big red thing? Is that the lost Siuna? An empty body just waiting for an arm to take over. And that Anasur place is supposed to have more of them. Do you think Amishlama really wants to destroy the world? Debatable on that one. I don't think they want to destroy everything. I think they're just lashing out at Anasur because that was the source of all of their problems. Give or take. But the concerning part to that is I think that she doesn't realize the consequences of what's going to happen when she destroys that place. I'm not sure. Yeah, see? Indra's on the same line I am. I'm not sure that's what she means to happen. Though I don't exactly want to find out if she's right either. So I guess we're just leaving our body here. Okay. Guess we're not getting that back. Well, this is just awkward all around. Oh, now isn't it? Came all this way, went in here, all for nothing. Maybe not for nothing. We finally got our left trigger ability. Telhar, disperse into a cloud of nanites. I am Telhar. With me, you become as a cloud, able to pass through cracks and grates. I've been seeing grating all over since I arrived. It's almost like a damn motif. Indeed, these barriers are one of the ways the wielders were finally able to entrap and vanquish the Udug. So now we can do the thing that Amishlama was doing, except a little less destructively. Wielder, we are in grave danger. Well, no shit. It's almost like you probably just saw Tentacle Crazy Lady go flying by, just like I just left her. Yeah. I saw. She said she was looking for the portal to Anasur. Yes, she means to obtain the rest of the Siuna cache. Then she will destroy our mother world with a legion of arms. I think you need to explain a bit about what this means. In the same way that destroying the universe would mean destroying all of the planets within the universe, destroying the Anasur would destroy all the universes within it. And what sort of insanity makes her think this is a good idea? She believes that in this universe, Earth can somehow survive independently of the mother. Ah, so she's basically trying to separate from the source in a crazy attempt at freedom, basically. Indra, it is paramount that you stop her. At the portal to the Siuna cache is an undetonated storm/breach bomb left over from the war. All that is needed is for you to activate it. Where is it? In Sector 43-18, beneath your people's research base. It was nearly discovered by them, which is why I sent drones to chase them from the area. So you did get them all killed! This sounds dangerous. What is the blast radius of the bomb? The walls are of a material not native to this world and should contain the blast. Okay, I'll check it out. If it's as you say, I'll set it to blow. And you better find a way to get me back in my own body. We have an agreement. Well, as long as Lamashu can be trusted, which I'm still not convinced of, we at least have a plan. And our goal is over here. Which probably involves going down through here, because we looked at that way back at the beginning of the game. Okay. So with that solved, and a plan forming, because presumably we just drop down through there, and I'm reasonably confident we are closing in on the end of the game doing that, I'm going to check on my theory about it being button inputs before we rush off to finish the fight. Because I presume I'm going to have to fight Amish Llama by that bomb. And in her powered form, she's going to be super dangerous. I also could follow up on all those grates we found back at the beginning. I probably should, because there's some nice things probably hidden behind them. But first and foremost, curiosity too strong. I need to know. I need answers. The only way to have answers is to, well, ask the right questions, really. But what order is it done in is the better question. I guess top left to bottom right, probably? So it would be up, left, down, right, right, right? Unless there's more to it. Oh, there's more to it. Son of a whore. If this is a set of inputs, I feel like it's kind of mean for it to not all fit on screen. So up, left, down, left. Especially on a screen like this. Let me write this down. Because otherwise I'm never gonna be able to hold that all in my head at the same time. So it's up, left, down, left, right, 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 and what's the last button? Another right, okay. I mean, the whole bottom row is all the same button, so they were kind about that at least. I'm gonna reset the room just in case. I know I'm getting hit, I'm finishing typing the thing. Okay, you know what? You need to die. Before I do this, you need to perish. And you two just as a bonus. Okay. So those inputs are up, left, down, left, right, 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 right. So that is what that does. This is a hell of a thing to just spawn out of the air. So what does this get us? Gets us up here. Okay. And what's our reward for solving the mystery? Just an apocalypse flask. Why'd I have to pick the most disappointing one to be the one I figure out, huh? If it's even just a small one. Like 8 inputs just for a small goddamn flask. I am so disappointed right now. Huh? Oh, we can move faster in cloud form. I don't think I need that. I am gonna start buffing our combat a bit more, because I suspect I'm gonna need to be good at fighting suddenly. Oh my god, look at this speed. Wait, how'd I get the crazy high speed there? Every now and then I seem to attack faster. That is silly, though. What kind of speed does the axe go at? That's not bad with the higher speed we're at. I might make use of that. We're also only missing 1 equipment now. We went from missing a lot of it to missing very little of it. Okay, so the other one we knew about was up in here, wasn't it? Like, I don't remember exactly where it was anymore. It was somewhere over here. I think it was... Oh boy. But we'll go here and we'll figure it out. This is why I regret not marking it. Because I knew I was going to forget. I feel like this is the wrong part. Because wasn't it somewhere that didn't... Oh yeah, wasn't it over here? Because it was somewhere that didn't line up. Yeah, it was over here, not in that section. Because it was the place we found recently. Which is why I hadn't discovered those button inputs till then. Now, obviously, I'm going to call them button inputs because we now know that they are. Oh, this is still in the fucking way, huh? Well, that's upsetting, isn't it? Well, there's more than one way to get this job done, isn't there? And if you think I'm stalling because I think the game's gonna be ending soon and I wanted to push more time out, you might be right. I'm also not sure I want to deal with Amish Llama, but I know I'm gonna have to. You know, I'm not really seeing a resounding benefit to using the axe. Like, it kills them faster, but the attack angle on it's a little fucky. I think I'll stick to the sword. Pure speed. Yeah, so if I reach a tractor this over to me. Oh, but this is the one where I had to tow it to a stupid spot, though. Yeah, because I have to tow it up from here, which isn't that bad to do. It's just gonna take me a second. I can tow it up here. And we enter the breach, and I'm not planning to travel from there. I can just go, ironically enough, to right where we just were, but in the breach instead. Because I literally just need to walk through this doorway here to get where I'm trying to go. How much do I bet that the fight's gonna be bad with a fast weapon and I'm just gonna be sad? So let's see, up, up, down, down. Is it literally just gonna be up, up, down, down, up, up, down, down? Yep. And that's just another flask. Joy. Well, I guess at least we got these, eh? I didn't leave that mystery unsolved. Speaking of mysteries unsolved, we still don't know what the fuck to do with this to get the blue thing. That still bothers me. As usual, I am almost certainly going to end up leaving some mysteries unsolved for those who choose to play the game for themselves. Because I'm enjoying this enough that I could be convinced to 100% it, but if I'm going to do that, I'm probably going to do that on my own time, because it's going to be a lot of slow plotting progress, probably, as I sit there and poke and prod every square of the map looking for things. And I just don't think any of you are gonna really be that interested in watching me poke and prod every tile of this map. We've already done enough of that, I feel. And I assume now, since we're conveniently going where that original Ansible was, we're probably gonna have the chance to talk, yep, to Hammond again. Ansible's been powered on? Hammond, are you there? Yes, thanks to you, I've circumvented the character limits of this terminal. Something's come up. Emishlama, she's got the lost Siuna, but she wants to find the rest, which are somewhere below us. From what I know of them, they're very dangerous, at least the locals thought so. The Lamasu who says she wants to use them to destroy the Anasur, the mother world, because she thinks it'll somehow free us. Is this a plausible thing? Oh god, no, Indra. That would literally mean the end of our universe. Even if as Emishlama seems to think, this universe could survive, even then the places Samara and I are in would be forever disconnected. We would never see Samara again. I was starting to suspect as much. I think you understand then. Please don't let Emishlama do this. I'm about to set off a breach bomb. Apparently it's the only thing that can destroy the portal leading to the Anasur. So if you don't hear from me again... If I don't hear from you again, it's because you cease to exist. So don't let that happen. Got anything else for me? No, that's all? Okay. This can only end well. I really don't think I'm gonna get to set off this bomb without a fight. Indra, an upstream portal lies ahead. It leads to Anasur. We know that already. You told us that already. I had the Siuna cache placed there to keep it secure, but it has since become exactly the place Emishlama needs to go to do the most damage. And we were so afraid computers were going to be smarter than us. You should be able to hack the bomb with your nanites. Set a timer for 1 minute. That should be enough to get clear. After that, I will seal the doors. And then nobody can ever get this cache again, right? Only a pattern mind can do that, and there are none left in this world. I hate that you have told me that there's a way that this could still happen. I really hate that. Because we all know exactly what that means. That means something's gonna happen. Something's going to make this go wrong. Well, let's have a look around. I'm gonna guess that's the bomb. Why is this shaped like a save point? There's multiple buttons as well. I assume I need to fill yep. Not so fast, Indra. Oh, you're splooging on the buttons. Wouldn't want you destroying the portal now, would we? Emishlama. This portal leads to Anasur, the mother world. Once I've obtained the remaining Siuna, we will destroy it. And in the process, destroy this world too. A matter of semantics, I will return it to its original form. It will become part of the pure realm of ideas once again. Okay, so you were planning on destroying everything. You psycho. Those living in the current world will no longer exist to experience the destruction of it. Yeah, that's a bunch of nonsense I'm not about to let happen. Now, do I have to actually fight you, or can I break these? I can break these, okay. So, more than likely, I'm not meant to win fighting you. So I can hurt you. Oh, you can block me from touching those when you're close, though. Okay. They are tricky to get to, though. I'll definitely say that. Ow. That's fine. You can protect that all you want. You're not gonna be able to stop me. There's too many buttons for you to guard them all. Oh, but she blocked it permanently. Yeah, apparently. Unless maybe I can hack that shield down. It won't let me open it. There we go. I guess I just had to hit her enough to stun her, perhaps? All in all, this isn't that dangerous yet. I'm definitely hurt. Oh, and I have no power matrices, so maybe this is suddenly more dangerous than I was giving it credit for being, huh? I should actually, you know, probably start dodging or something. Ow, that hurt. And we're dead. Oh, but we just reform here. We can't lose. We literally can't lose this fight. Okay, good. Good to know. That's strangely generous, all things considered. There goes the last button. Just need to... Oh, well, this is problematic, huh? Enough. You don't think I know what you're trying to do? I was here when this bomb was made. Oh, hey. Indra, hack the bomb. That's how you... Get the hell out of here. I'll keep her busy. I don't know who's in that body anymore, but you know what? You do what you do. We have 1 minute to get the hell out of here. I can't save, okay. I was gonna save with the timer going, which wouldn't have been the best idea, but it would have ensured that if I fuck this up somehow, we're guaranteed not to have to fight Amaslama again. The thing is, though, what's stopping them going through the portal? Indra, you did it. Run, hurry. I'm running as fast as these legs will carry me, but my body's down there, damn it. So in the end, to a certain degree, Indra is still going to die, I guess. The original Indra, at least. Now everything's going weird. I don't like that. I do enjoy that this is an escape sequence, though. Oh. So it looks like it went further than he thought. True to what Lamasu said, the breach bomb completely obliterated the portal to Anasur. Okay, we were caught on the edge of it, I guess. But we're okay. Definitely did some damage. We had survived, Damu and myself. Or at least some version of myself. The other me, she died to protect everyone. I realized then that I didn't care about getting home anymore. So I promised Damu that no matter what happened, I'd find a way to fix him. To make him flesh and blood again. And I knew where I could find the technology for that. But ironically, I'd just blown up the only known way to get there. So I was going to need help. Oh, yeah, that's a sensible bit of choice for help, yeah. And so you came to me, hoping I could help you reach this Anasur. By your own admission, that was Amashlama's goal. Are you sure you're completely free of her influence? Of course, that was where they stored their most advanced tech. I'd think you too would find it lucrative. But in order to get there, we would need a pattern mind. And Hammond? Do you think she's there too? I don't pretend to have any idea where Hammond is. I tried contacting her using the Ansibles, but they're all dead now. Have you considered that the portal to Anasur might have been the source of the power for the Ansibles? but I feel like she and Samara are still around somewhere. Very well. I look forward to working with you, Indra. I don't think I can really call myself Indra anymore. The real Indra died saving us. I'm something else. I suppose the question is, what are you now? I do know what this is, and that's the end of the game. So we could have finished the game probably an hour or two ago, considering I got stuck for like an hour or so. But if we had gotten to what we saw as very clearly the end point there sooner than this, I probably would have run around and collected more things. As it stands, I'm actually curious to see what our completion percentage ends up looking like. I feel like we're mostly just missing a handful of items, so it's probably gonna be like 70 or 80% item completion and similar amount of map if I were to hazard a guess. All things considered though, this was a good game. I'm kind of surprised that I enjoyed it as much as I did, because a lot of the people that played the first game said that this one wasn't as good. But I feel like I enjoyed this more than the first game, considering I never finished the first one. That should tell you a lot. Will I go back and play through the first one for y'all? I don't know. Really depends on whether you guys really want to see it that badly or not. It would lend some context to a few of the things I spotted in this, but I don't think it would really make that huge a difference for the viewing experience for this game. The concept of a pattern mind was brought up, which is a thing that was brought up in the first game, but it wasn't really explained that much in that game either. You really got about as much of an explanation here as you did there, so I don't think you missed anything with that. Some of the references by virtue of some enemies and such showing up, and some of the structures, I already explained as well as the game was going to all of you, so you really aren't missing anything there. That said, the first game is a very interesting game. It just didn't enthuse me in terms of the gameplay or the weapons. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all, because that has implications right there. But I think that's just showing the mechanical body we were in at the end, not anything else. Which, that's a hell of a design for the body, though. Just piles of cords everywhere. Which is not dissimilar from how the muscular structure of a human body is, so if you deconstruct it a certain way, it makes sense that that would be designed that way. It's just very disconcerting to look at. Close up like that. And this is the one game cleared for this month, I think. I don't think I'd finished any other games this month, did I? Final stats. Total time, 10 hours, so about hour and a half more than the average. 90% of the map, 14 deaths, which a bunch of those were me just being lazy. If I'd actually put forth some real effort, I probably could have gotten that up to double digit. Less item count than I thought, though, with only missing like 5 upgrades, 1 item of at least attack equipment, more or less, and then 1 power thing. Huh. There's a lot more out there than I thought, but it's probably counting all of the flasks too, and there probably is a lot more flasks out there, considering we had a good like 30 plus points worth of upgrades still left that we didn't get. So unless there's large flasks out there that give a bunch of points, there's at least 15 more flasks out there. But that was Axiom Verge 2. Good game. I had a good time with it throughout. And that did work. So, I'm gonna reveal a thing. actually. And the thing I'm going to reveal is I was spoiled on something because I happened to spot something in the achievement list. The achievement Pacifist was there. Complete the game without destroying any large boss enemies. So I went out of my way to avoid killing any large enemies, because I wasn't sure which ones counted, and it seemed like an interesting challenge to put to myself on getting through this. If I hadn't had that information from the Steam achievement list, I would have probably killed those enemies. Do I think it would have made a huge difference in how I ended up getting through the game? No. Is judging from how easily I broke parts off of the one I did attack, I don't think we were under any major threat from them at any point anyway. Would it have meant more combat? Yes. But I feel like this game shined more in everything around the combat rather than the combat. So I'm happy to have not fought things, honestly. And that sounds like heresy coming from somebody like me who spends most of his time in games looking for ways to fight enemies. It was nice to just kind of run through this world and experience the world rather than smashing everything in sight for a change. But yeah, just pull the curtain back on that one for y'all right quick. That's how that ended up happening. And that's a 2% Steam achievement, apparently. Nobody either bothers or follows through on not killing things, which is not a shock. There's a speedrun mode that you can see down there. There's an achievement for doing it in 6 hours or less, which definitely would be possible. I feel like I could do that. I'm not that interested in doing it, but I think I could do it since there's no required combat necessarily in this game, because even Amish Llama, you didn't have to kill her, you just had to knock her away from the buttons. There are 6 hidden achievements, so there may be a completely different ending, like you could defeat Amish Llama in that sequence or something. But I feel like if you destroyed her, she would just reform again like we were. So I'm not really sure how that would work. And as I said, enjoyable game. Would I play it a second time? I don't think so. A lot of what kept me going forward with this game was wanting to see what was around the next corner. Seeing what was gonna happen next. And it kept delivering. It didn't really surprise me too much. Because even the reveal of Hammond's body laying there, I was pretty sure Hammond was dead. And I was pretty sure we weren't really going to be able to tie up the loose end of what happened to Hammond and Samara in the filter. I was half expecting there to be a reveal of us getting betrayed at the end there by one force or another, either Lamashu having betrayed us or Hammond lying to us the entire time or something along those lines. But you know, it ended up happening that everything mostly worked out, aside from we didn't get our body back, which I'm not shocked that we didn't. Because consider as well the fact that we ended up destroying our body when we were fighting Amish Llama. We had to destroy it. But it got reformed, so really our original body ceased to exist long ago, back when we drowned anyway. So that was kind of a foregone conclusion regardless, that we weren't going to be able to get that body back. Okay. But it is, as you might imagine, raid time now, and while I'm rambling about all of that, I have been looking at the list, in case anybody's like, is he gonna do that thing again where he rambles and forgets to pick a target? Well, I still didn't pick a target, but I did at least look. I'm having my usual choice paralysis, because of course I am. There's a couple good choices on, and I'm partially having trouble choosing between them and partially trouble deciding if I want to shoot for one that I haven't been to, that I have at least checked. Which, there's not that many that I have checked that I haven't already rated that are on right now. So it's probably going to be one of the ones I've already gone to. So that narrows that pick down. I just now need to pick between those. And I'm not that interested in that choice. What is this? Well, that's a fun little thing. Not the right energy for what we've done here, though. I would if you were streaming, Xeno, but you're not. Ah, of course, of course. The invisible Xeno, understood. That sure is a look. No, I'm just not into that game, though. You know what? I wasn't gonna go for the joke, but I may as well at this point. As soon as the raid button actually works. Twitch, please. Or is Twitch gonna just break and I'm not gonna be able to send this in the first place? Which would then make this entire... Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, is it gonna make the entire discussion irrelevant? Because I swear... So, a little context on what makes this funny. Char, as a joke, because of something we had talked about last night, popped in at the beginning today and reminded me to raid somebody. So we're gonna raid her because she's on right now. She's been very supportive and genuinely a good friend anyway, so that was already probably going to happen, but now we can play out the joke and it works on multiple levels. So, I won't be back tomorrow because it's Wednesday. I should be back on Thursday with Space Engineers with the usual people, provided things work out with that. Considering how it's run for me occasionally, I may just be there with the others and may not do my perspective this time. I'm still deciding there. We'll see how that all ends up fully playing out. Similar case of Friday, we'll see if things work out according to plan for that. And more or less the same with Saturday. If plans work out, these things will be what I've advertised before. Yeah, that's really all I've got. So I'll see you all on Thursday in one form or another. Thank you all for taking the time to be here. Have a good one.